going to check it's working from the other side.
Yes, we are live on YouTube. Please be aware. I think this 2.5 years ago, I had called a forum, and again, I was grateful for cross-party, cross-boundary local politicians joining us to talk about water crisis. And I was thinking this morning how different it was from being in a committee room at the council and arranging that compared to this morning having it all ready on for us all to come together online. And there are certain advantages and disadvantages, but this morning was more relaxing for me. I think as we near joining, opening up formally at 10, I think where possible, if the councillors, when there's, it's great that everyone mutes, as we all know, until we're speaking. And it would be great if, I think the attendees who are speaking later will turn your videos off apart from the one presenting, and the councillors are welcome to keep the videos on at all times. Thank you. So Harry, you're going to be presenting first.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know, Sam Davies. Katie's here. Katie, would you be able to turn your video on? And Heather, just welcome the councillors who have joined us. We're just starting now, and this is I've called this forum because we as councillors have heard a lot from residents about the problems to do with housing, many different housing matters, many which we can't actually deal with as councillors or the local authorities, but we want to help and learn as much as possible. And I'm very grateful for fellow councillors from Cambridge City, South Cambs and the County Council who will either hear now or will be joining us. And I would just give the opportunity to those here now to just tell us who they represent. Should we start with Tumi?
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Tumi Hawkins, and I am the District Councillor for Caldecote Ward here in South Cambs, and I'm also the lead cabinet member for Planning Policy and Delivery at South Cambridgeshire District Council.
And Katie?
Good morning, I'm Councillor Katie Porra. I represent Market Ward in the City Centre for the Cambridge City Council, and I'm also the planning spokesperson for the Liberal Democrat group.
Heather?
My name's Heather Williams. I am the councillor for the Mordens Ward in South Cambs, and I'm the major opposition group leader at South Cambs District Council.
And I'm Katie Thornborough. I'm with the Cambridge City Council, and I'm the exec for planning, policy and transport. We also have Sam Davies is going to join us, who's an independent for Cambridge City. We have Lucy Nessinger has just joined us. Lucy, would you like to introduce yourself, please?
Hi, I'm Lucy Nessinger. I'm the leader of Cambridgeshire County Council. Thank you.
It's great you could join us today. And I know several councillors are busy. I'm grateful for you being here, and I know that you're going to be coming in and out. Yeah, so I think, so, and also Elisa Mencini, I think will join us also. So we're a little bit early, but I think Harry is, would you like to introduce yourself and talk for till about, for about 10-15 minutes, Harry, about the issues that you've been experiencing? And
yeah, absolutely. Brilliant. Thanks, Katie. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here to talk to everybody. You know, and kind of share a little bit of insight on, you know, the things that I've experienced myself, and more so what a lot of our customers have experienced through purchasing a new build home. And obviously, there's a reason that we're kind of all sat here today. There's clearly, you know, some issues within the home building industry, and there's a lot of work to be done over the next decade. You know, and beyond, really, to try and, you know, get everything to the level that things should be at. So I've had a long-running background in construction over the last 10 years. My family's got a small house building company based in the Midlands, and that's kind of where it all started for me. Starting on construction sites when I was, you know, starting out labouring for my father's company, moving on to working for home builders like Redrow, Morris Homes, really getting an insight into how the industry works, how site management works, and, you know, ultimately, you know, how the house building process works. I moved on from working for developers and did a construction management degree to try and learn, you know, a bit more of the fundamentals about house building as a whole, trying to, you know, look at both the process from a commercial and a residential point of view. So then I could really kind of guide my career into the areas that I wanted to. It was actually whilst I was working for Redrow that I started doing the construction management degree. And it was there really that my eyes were opened into, you know, some of the issues that were present. And Redrow, one of the, you know, fantastic builder for all intents and purposes. Obviously, as with any builder, there's bad sites and there's good sites. But it was there that I saw a bit of a trend that was occurring through themselves, through industry, through the people that I'd met talking. And that is with really homeowners' dissatisfaction increasing. And over the last kind of, you know, 5 years, I've really been delving into why that issue is there, how as an industry, you know, reform can happen, and ultimately where we can do our own part. And, you know, there's obviously a number of things that can be done, but I think a forum like this is a great way for us to look at different people's perspective and how things can move forward. So I set up HouseScan, which is a snagging inspection company, about five years ago. And essentially what HouseScan is a company where somebody who's purchasing a new build home hires us to come in and complete a snagging inspection on their property, an independent report completed by a professional. We, all of our team, we've got 12 inspectors dotted strategically around the whole of the UK, helping home buyers really understand the issues that are present in their home, or if there's no issues present in their home, and giving them that peace of mind. And we've kind of grown quite fast because of our, you know, our clear messaging, you know, the feedback that we've got from clients and the reviews, which obviously are things like Trustpilot you can read for yourself. So after setting up the business, you know, I kind of went into it quite open-minded, initially just working for home buyers, and it was there really that we started seeing more of a trend, which was just such a varying experience of different home buyers. So, you know, just with purchasing anything really, there's people who have good experience, people who have bad experiences, but it's all too often the people who have bad experiences have really, really bad experiences. And, you know, these things can, you know, they can put divides in families, you know, they can cause stress, you know, emotional stress as well, because people obviously put a lot of weight onto purchasing, which is ultimately the biggest investment of their life. And to be let down by your builder is, you know, it's not great. So what we've done, we've constantly tried to improve our process. We've got a really thorough recruitment process for our inspection team to make sure that we're only working with people who actually fully understand building regs, approved documents, warranty provider standards such as the NHBC. Oh, sorry, I think I saw somebody muted me then. Sorry.
Sorry, I was trying to turn someone else was unmuted. Sorry about that, Harry.
Yeah, no problem at all. No problem. And what we've learned within the industry is that, you know, as I was saying before, there's a number of different issues that are present, but ultimately, you know, there's a few fundamental issues which are causing the problems for home buyers. We've, through our own research, using our own data, we found that on average, we're picking up around 157 snags in new homes, which is, you know, it's a number that shocks some people. A lot of these issues are quite minor things, you know, painting defects, cosmetic issues, damage to things. And when you're building a new home, which I've experienced myself in site management and through my family, it's a very difficult challenge. There's thousands of jobs need to be done to build a new home, handmade jobs. It's not like you're building a car. People too often make the reference point comparing, oh, well, if you buy a car, you don't get issues with it. Well, a car is made by a machine and a house is made by people. So there's going to be issues. What's happening more and more, though, is that the expectation of home buyers and the information they've got is increasing. And that is ultimately what is causing now the issue to accelerate. This is combined with what is currently present within the industry is a lot of demand and expectation from the government itself. The government's got a number of criteria that it wants to reach, a number of, you know, quantitative results that are being looked at in regards to the number of homes being delivered, the output of builders, and that is putting a lot of pressure on the industry. And that is meaning that developers really have just been told to keep building. Planning is being passed through more easily in certain areas of the country. Builders can get away with more and more because ultimately the government are focused on the numbers and not on the satisfaction of the home buyer. There's a number of things that are happening, which I'll talk about shortly, which are, you know, very promising that are occurring, which is obviously, you know, filling people with a bit more optimism, which, you know, and events like this also have the same kind of outlook as well. The key issues that we've come across as a business from working, you know, within the industry itself is, like I said, the demand, because the number of people trying to get on the housing ladder, the government pushing that. There's a number of different things like the stamp duty holiday, which was just quite recently finished, Help to Buy scheme. All this thing is accelerating people's desire to get on the housing ladder. So developers are building more and more. This combined with other issues. So I did my dissertation on the quality of housing in the UK. There was actually a drop of the quality following the recession post 2008, because a lot of highly skilled tradesmen were left out of business. They had to leave the industry, they had to reskill, train for different jobs. And then the sudden acceleration of demand within the industry has caused a number of issues, such as the sudden desire for home builders to need to recruit a number of skilled trades fast. And when you can't recruit skilled trades fast, what you have to do is you have to upskill other people, and that means that you often cut corners. So you've got a number of developers hiring unskilled workers, people not being supervised properly because the site management team have unrealistic expectations in terms of output. They then are recruiting people who don't perhaps have the skills that they need. They've not got the time to overlook them. And when they're, for example, contracts manager are coming site to site, the conversations are often less about, you know, the quality of the homes being built and more so about the numbers that are being reached. You know, what is the spreadsheet looking like at the end of the month? Have we got any red numbers? And the red numbers don't necessarily relate to dissatisfaction of customers, but more so the number of homes being built. And that is just accelerating now, because rightfully the government are, you know, relying quite heavily on the construction industry, particularly house building, to prop up the economy because of the damage that was done from COVID. So this is kind of really creating a little bit of a downward spiral. I think there's a lot of work to be done, but I do think, as I say, there's a number of things happening. The biggest thing we've seen as well, and the biggest change that has occurred recently, more so in the last 10 years, you know, from my own research and from my own experience, is social media. People, you know, there's a number of things now outside of house building as well, where people are becoming much more educated. People can talk to each other a lot easily. There's a number of Facebook groups for each different builder, you know, from, I won't name specific names, but, you know, builders name, horror stories, bad experiences, all these different kind of groups that have been created, that people join them before they even purchase the home. And then they kind of, it's almost starting on the back foot for the builder because the home buyer is expecting the bad quality. That doesn't necessarily stop people from purchasing these homes, but what it does, it creates, you know, the developer starting off on the back foot. This is obviously great that transparency is there, but what it's also doing is creating all too often unrealistic expectations from the home buyer. It's for us, we often do inspections for people who have bought a fantastic house, and maybe we're picking up, you know, 30 minor snags in a large property, which is, for all intents and purposes, a good report often, if it's minor issues. And then that customer can be distraught that they think they've got 30 issues and it's terrible. We can do an inspection for somebody who has purchased a similar kind of home, who have got 200 issues severe, and because they don't really know or have any reference point of how the industry works and what the home is, they kind of just let it slide and they let the builder get away with it. So there's almost a conflict that the home builder has to deal with when it comes to assessing the customers and managing them. This is why us as a business have kind of concentrated on how we can help home buyers by giving that transparency, providing them with a report that doesn't look for anything that's not there, and ultimately just gives them a reference point as to the issues that are present. And there's actually a number of people on this call today, both within this panel and within watching on YouTube, who we've done inspections for and helped massively. We've helped people, you know, communicate with their warranty providers. We help people speak to the developer in a way that, you know, doesn't cause more friction. And that is what's all important. Another problem that we're seeing more and more of is from warranty providers themselves. There's a vast array of different warranty providers now, some great, some not so great in our experience. But the problem that the industry has is that the home buyer themselves has no choice as to what warranty provider their developer uses. The developer has full control over the warranty provider used. We had an experience once where we went to one of the largest volume house builders in the UK, completed an inspection for them it was in a different region of the country to what we'd done other inspections for them, for their home buyer. And the house should not have been signed off. There was a number of what we call red items present within the property, which ultimately meant that the builder shouldn't have been able to get, at the time, a CML, which is Certificate of Mortgage Lenders, which allows a house to be signed off and handed over for purchase for the customer. There was a number of issues that should have prevented that happening. We delved a little bit deeper into what had happened, and this is a common issue. We delved a little bit deeper into what had happened, and it turns out that volume house builder in that region has started using a different warranty provider because the warranty provider they were using before was not giving them sign off on their properties. So the builder has complete choice over who they pick to sign off the property, which ultimately has a knock-on effect where, you know, the warranty provider, although they're, you know, as with any warranty, it's kind of schemed as it's for the home buyer, in reality, they're thinking about their clients and they're thinking about the damage that, you know, any issues that they pick up can do to their clients, which in itself creates a little bit of a cycle which can cause problems. There is great experiences we've seen from home buyers purchasing new homes with their warranty provider. There's also really poor ones, and some of the smaller ones don't have the resources to support home buyers. And all too often now, developers are picking these smaller warranty providers because these warranty providers need more clients. They want to get on the ladder. They want to build their businesses, and so they're letting things slide more and more. So, you know, there's a number of issues there that I've mentioned that we've seen ourselves, but there is a lot of positive things happening now in the industry. We sit as part of a panel, which is part of the New Home Quality Board, where we discuss issues with quality of homes in the UK. That is headed up by a gentleman called Douglas Cochrane, who is starting reform in the industry, really, with the creation of the New Home Ombudsman. Douglas and his fantastic team have come up with some really great ideas, and the code is currently out for tender at the minute. People can read the code, look at the changes that are present. One of the big parts of that is that they're going to introduce as part of the code a way so that any single person buying a new home in the UK has a legal right to inspect their home pre-completion, or assign an independent person or company to do that on their behalf. That is such a fantastic shift, because we all too often, I would say 90% of the time, probably more so 100% of the time, for volume house builders, are not allowed into a property pre-completion. So the builder outright refuses any access because it's their property. They own it. Why would they want us coming in, causing them problems, when the home buyers are going to purchase it at the end of the day? So the code looks at a number of different areas of this, really exciting ways in which, you know, home buyers have more rights, and ultimately gives a course of action should the builder and the warranty provider fail the home buyer, which is obviously exciting. There's a number of other really interesting things happening in the industry that can affect housing. One of them being modern methods of construction, something that myself and my team have put a lot of research into, and we're speaking to stakeholders within the industry who have involvement with this around how this looks like over the next decade, you know, and beyond. So this looks like, in the form of other countries, modular housing. Ways in which houses can be created in factories, much like a car, and then set up much like a shipping unit, and stacked on top of each other and built and made to look like a proper house, built with the same, built in the same way as what you would stack a site office on, in terms of just build them on top of each other and then finish it off on site. So that's obviously an interesting way in which quality can be improved. It's very early days with that. Another area of improvement the industry is looking towards is BIM, building information modelling. This is something that has been pushed hard by the government, and any public projects now, the government insists that the builders incorporate BIM. So how BIM looks like is a number of different ways in which BIM can be looked at or perceived. Most people see it as 3D modelling of construction projects, mainly commercial projects, and they can be dissected out and looked at analytically as to how it should be built. Instead of using basic plans, the house can be looked at in a 3D way to properly be built and referenced as it's being built. There's other companies. One to mention is Open Space. Open Space provide a way for developers to look at a live visual of the property and the construction site as it's being built, and they do this by putting 360 cameras on the hard hats of construction workers. And when that construction worker is walking around the site, the camera is constantly taking 360 pictures and stitching it all together using AI, so that builders can look at the projects live at any point, and more importantly, if issues occur, they can track back and see often exactly why the issue has occurred. And that is a US-based company, and there's similar companies to them, but that is a US-based company who are innovating how construction will look like over the next decade and beyond. We've also created our own product. We've created an app called BuildScan. And what BuildScan is an app. We soft launched that in November, and we're doing a full launch in about a month's time. It's downloadable on the App Store, iOS and Android. And basically, BuildScan is a snagging app. BuildScan is a way for people to snag their home or their construction project. And it's for home buyers, it's for developers, it's for architects, it's for groups, construction projects, maintenance companies. And what we're looking to do with that is innovate how inspections work, because ultimately building a house is a set sequence of tasks with issues put in between each step, things that the developer finds, the warranty provider finds. And what we're doing, we've created a way for builders to, in a really simple way, map out the issues in the property, what's next, what's coming up, adding their whole team and complete inspections. We've got a number of exciting pieces of development that we're working on relating to this, which include incorporation of a checklist for home buyers when they move into a home so they can complete their own inspection. That is something that I think is going to provide a lot of value. And what it also does is help with expectation. Because as I mentioned before, one of the issues that we have in the industry is expectation of home buyers. And so with a checklist that provides a point-by-point document that, you know, is not necessarily black and white, but it at least moves a little bit more towards people understanding what the quality should be and what it shouldn't be, and allowing them to document it themselves, provides transparency for the customer. So that's an exciting project we're working on. We're looking at a number of other ways we can incorporate different things like building regs into the app. We're creating an app for training within the industry so that defect prevention issues can be trained upon, something that we're kind of putting out now, speaking to stakeholders on how that looks like for the industry. We've already got a team who've built the framework of the product now. So we just now need to speak to the right stakeholders within the industry so we can build out this training product, work with apprenticeships, colleges, work with builders more importantly, so that their team can be skilled up and understand when an issue occurs, how they prevent it happening again, and what the issue was, instead of that lack of supervision coming into play. So yeah, I'm going to work towards wrapping up now. There's a couple of other things I wanted to mention though, and one of them was really giving some advice to people buying new homes. So social media, although it has caused problems in different areas of society, and it has caused benefits for different areas of society, social media provides a great way for home buyers to speak to people in the same situation as them and get on the front foot and look at what the builder can do. So it contradicts slightly my point of it causing the developer issues, but the reason it causes developer issues is because it's creating that transparency. It's getting people talking, it's getting people asking the right questions beforehand. Another thing I would say is that we hear all the time people purchasing homes from developers or on sites where they know there's going to be problems, or perhaps they know a builder who's got, you know, good sites and bad sites, because all builders, particularly volume house builders, have good sites and have bad sites. There's not really any such thing as a bad builder. There's just a builder with bad sites. And so social media is a critical part of that, because you can soon understand. You can find, if you find a large housing development in the UK, if you type in the name of that development on social media, you'll probably find a group with all the residents in there. So you can join up to that group, speak to the people there, give yourself an insight as to what the situation is. If everyone's having a bad experience, don't buy that home. It really is that simple. Don't buy a house on a site where the developer is having a lot of issues. Often the site managers had a high turnover. The other thing I would say, and I would recommend for home buyers, is to speak to the people on the site. It's common sense, really, in the fact that if you're buying a house on a construction site, then it makes perfect sense to go knock on the door of somebody and ask their experience. Why not? You're spending such a massive amount of money. You know, if they're not friendly, then maybe that's a bit of an indication in yourself. You know, someone will answer the door to you, and you can speak to them if they've not got a group. Giving yourself that information is so important. And, you know, as we help home buyers get that information, you know, there's also ways in which they can do that, like I say, through using their initiative to look on social media, speak to people on the site, engage the issues or, you know, the well-being of that site itself. There's another thing as well, which we've learned within the industry, which is a real shame, really. And that is that people who shout the loudest will get the most work done. We have customers, like I said before, who pick up, we're doing an inspection for somebody, we pick up 200 issues. Let's say it's on the same site. We pick up 200 issues on 2 houses for 2 different customers on the same site. Without a doubt, the customer who shouts the loudest and sends the most emails to the developer will get the best outcome. And that is a shame that it works like that, but that is just how it works. And we see it day in, day out, people contacting us saying that, oh, you know, well, this developer got our report, they've not really actioned anything, what do we do? What you do is you keep emailing them and you stay on the heat, because there's a catalogue of customers that they're looking at, and the ones that they help are the ones that are at the top of that list. And the way you get to the top of that list is by continually asking the developer and showing them that you care about the quality of your home, because people just give up. People get fed up and they get drawn into ongoing debates, issues, the developer telling them that things are within tolerance, they've got no reference point other than speaking to a company like us. The warranty provider's not really necessarily on their side always. So that means that they're kind of often on the back foot. So yeah, that's kind of some of the stuff that we've learned over the last kind of 5 years since setting up the company and 10 years since being in the industry for myself. We're always looking at ways in which we can help the industry. Whether that is through the app that we've built, BuildScan, Snagging, HouseScan. We do work for snagging inspections for developers as well, for investment groups, contractors. There's a lot of investment in the UK, as everybody knows, from overseas places such as Hong Kong. We work with agents there. We work with developers.
Harry, I'm afraid I want to have a chance for us to ask you questions.
Perfect.
Can you? Yeah. I don't know if do you want to say any more before you wrap up?
No, that was it. That was literally,
Okay.
you timed that perfectly then, Katie, because I was just finishing off there.
So I just want to welcome Philippa, who joined. Do you want to? We've had a chance to the councillors who were here quickly introduce themselves. Do you want to introduce yourself, Philippa?
Thanks, Katie. And it was very interesting what I came in on from Harry. And thank you for doing that. If you can look behind me, I came onto this quite hastily. I live in one of the new builds on Clay Farm. And so I'm very much aware, not just as a councillor, but as a resident, of things going on, large and small, and how sometimes we can get them sorted and sometimes we can't. So dealing with it systematically and put a bit more upstream than I am at the moment would be very helpful. Thank you.
So I've got a couple of questions, but Tumi, would you have a question for Harry?
Hi, thank you, Harry, for that. Very interesting. You mentioned briefly MMC. Have you done any inspections on any of these at all?
We've not done direct inspections. We've done market research on this area, speaking to stakeholders, looking at the products themselves. So we've not been paid to do an inspection on there, but we have looked at different versions of this. I would say that there is still issues with how that looks in terms of quality in some areas. It's not a perfect outcome because all too often these are still finished on site, but it's a starting point for the industry really, and that will be improved over time to the point where really, if you like it or not, that your home will be built by a machine, and that will improve the quality of it.
I would expect so. I mean, I've been to an MMC factory to see how they build, how they put these things together, and it seemed quite impressive to me. In fact, we are currently on Nosto here in South Cambs, have part of Nosto being built out by Urban Splash. So I will be keen to see if you can do something on one of those and compare with a standard house, but maybe we can take that offline.
Yeah, maybe we could. I'm aware of Urban Splash as a business. Maybe it's worth myself having a conversation with them, and it'd be good, some good PR for them ultimately, wouldn't it? If the quality of their homes are improved through MMC, modern methods of construction, then yeah, fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So Heather, I don't know if you're listening in and want to ask a question.
Thank you. I'm keeping my camera off because of the internet problems, I'm afraid. So I'll pop it on to speak. But yeah, you mentioned one of the problems was with unskilled work, and that was sort of seemed to be one of your main concerns about quality. Is there something that you think would help to resolve that issue, or is there a place obviously for people need jobs as well? So how would you see a way to resolving or squaring that circle, as it were? Or making the circle square? I don't know which way around the saying is.
Yeah, I understand. It's a great question, Heather. It is. There's a lot to think about. There's a lot to discuss in a short period of time. Really, there's a lot of fantastically skilled tradesmen. There really is. We see it all the time. What you'll find if you talk to most developers now is that they're really struggling to get hold of tradesmen, and the prices are going up and up and up. And a new issue that has occurred is following Brexit. Because a lot of people have left the country. A lot of these tradesmen have left the country now, and it's created a short supply of work again, and that short supply will lead to more people coming into the industry and not having the relevant training and doing the work. The way to overcome that is, it sounds straightforward. It's not necessarily as straightforward as what I'm going to make out, but ultimately people being trained up by other skilled workers is the number one way in which you skill somebody up. Like I say, it sounds obvious, but it's just when there's so much demand out there and there's so much pressure, that that 2 month shadowing period that a plumber has is now 2 weeks or a month often. And if when the builder is allowed to keep building with really no effect to them, you know, you see constantly in the mainstream news about, and on newspapers about developers letting the home buyers down, the customers down. Those builders are still selling more houses than they can deal with. You know, it doesn't make a difference to them really. And so when there's a new person on site who's perhaps not as skilled, it's so easy for them just to go, well, we do it and we'll check it after. And then does it get checked? Maybe, potentially. But when you're building hundreds of thousands of houses a year, that maybe or potentially is a lot of things that slip through the net.
Harry, one of the things I'm shocked about is how little information new homeowners have when they buy a house, and how little explanation they have about how a house works. And the other thing I found shocking was that you said that the more a homeowner shouts out, they get to the top of the list. So is there a way to try and increase the knowledge of what people can expect, or how can we as councillors help those who aren't shouting loud enough?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. You know, there's not a black and white answer to that question. There's a number of different ways in which the industry is shifting towards doing that. I mentioned briefly about a product that we're building, an app that is going to help train people up on issues. We're currently speaking to stakeholders. We're open to partnerships with stakeholders as well within the industry. You know, if anyone wants to chat to us about this. But what that will do is allow for developers, without going into too much information, it will provide training for site teams. It will provide a way for people to monitor that training, test that training. But also what it will do is allow for home buyers to see what the builder's been trained on. And if a home buyer knows what the builder is supposed to be doing, it makes them in a much better position to act upon issues, to speak to the developer and have that knowledge that they've got. There's 400 pages in it, for example, the NHBC, which control about 80% of warranties for new homes in the UK. That's realistically that's a massive amount. They've got a 400-page book of standards. That 400-page, no home buyer is going to read that. Most site managers don't even read that. You know, so that is where the information is and how the home should be built, and that information needs to be put in an easy to digest way. You know, and that is what we're working on. Actually, is a way for home buyers to get that information, have that transparency. And as I say, if there's any stakeholders within the industry or people who want to talk about it, please do get in touch, because we're in the process now of creating that product separate to BuildScan, you know, a training product for the industry. Okay, thank you. Philippa, I know you want to ask another question, but we've got so much to get through. I think what we've committed to is any questions that come in through YouTube or any that the councillors want to ask, if you send them to me, I'll speak to the experts and we will get them answered for a report that I'm preparing to come out. So I'd just like to thank you, Harry, very much. Really interesting, bit shocking at times, but it hopefully with particularly some of the exciting technology you told us about, things will be different. Brilliant. Thank you, Katie. Thank you so much for setting up this event as well. You know, it takes people like yourself, you know, to kind of do these things, help start the leg off on the right foot. But ultimately, I think it's really promising what's happening in the industry, particularly with the incorporation of the New Homes Ombudsman. So it's exciting to see what's going to happen. I think that people like yourselves, councillors, and you know, the public and other stakeholders talking is really healthy. So let's keep it going. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So I want to bring in now Dave Richards or Giles Grover to start telling us about some of the cladding scandals. Hi, Giles.
Hiya, how are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. So Giles is from Manchester Gladiators. So I think we have 3 people presenting on cladding. So you have about 10-15 minutes each. We could ask a few, I think we could maybe allow some questions after you and Dave Richards, and then I'll have more questions after Alex. So I'll let you get on, because if you explain who you are and tell us what you feel we should know.
Sure. Yeah, just to echo what Harry said, thank you for inviting us to the forum and all the work you're doing, Katie. Really appreciate raising awareness of the issue, which is kind of why we set up 2 long years ago. Myself, I've been kind of involved in this in one way or the other since July 2017, following Grenfell. And so the Manchester Gladiators, we formed sort of the end of 2018, early 2019. And the End Our Cladding Scandal campaign is something we formed with UK Cladding Action Group and Inside Housing in April 2019. So we've kind of been stuck in this, fighting it for the last 2 years. So completely appreciate that everyone's kind of at different stages as well. And once you enter it, you just, it's kind of mind blowing, and the whole unfairness of it is kind of crazy, really. So what we said to with Dave and Alex is that we've come in fairly mob-handed from the End Our Cladding Scandal campaign. I'm going to talk about the history of the campaign and where we are now. And Dave, essentially from London Cladding Action Group, is going to talk over the mental health aspects and our, one of the things we always focus on financial health, and people don't always think about the mental health, and especially during the pandemic and the effects that this crisis has had on us. And then Alex is also going to be looking at setting up an action group and what more people, residents, can do to kind of raise awareness of the situation we're all in, because that's the main thing. That's what we're focusing on, is increasing the publicity. The more it's in the media, the more MPs, people are talking about it, the more we're hopeful we'll get towards a solution. So there has been some progress over the last 2 years, but as we all know, that we're still not quite at the end. There's been some positive announcements, or potentially positive announcements, this week for people in buildings below 80 metres, which I'll touch upon later as well. So haven't done any slides or anything, so you just have to put up on my face the next 15 minutes or so. And those who know me know I can talk a fair bit, so try to keep it brief as well, and obviously happy to answer any questions at the end of it. So yes, so it's kind of difficult to know where to start. In theory, I could go back 40 years, could go back to a fire in 2009, but we'll talk about a lot of these issues have come to the forefront since the tragedy at Grenfell, when obviously 72 people died, and since then the government, for the right reasons, is focusing on safety. But what has been uncovered, as per the Dame Hackett's review of building regulations, is very much clear that the building regulatory system was inadequate for decades. This essentially allowed developers, those in the construction industry, to game the system. And it was a race to the bottom, as Dame Hackett reported it, and it focused on profits over safety. Again, as Harry said, subcontracting, or as Daniel Zeichner has said recently, just a lot of subcontracting going on. Everyone focused on the profit margins, knowing that there wasn't really any real oversight from building control in terms of the intrusive assessments to say, yes, you've definitely built what you've definitely built. So government, following the Grenfell tragedy, issued a number of advice notes. I think the first sort of main one that affected us was the advice note 14, which is the end of December 2018. It was designed to give clear advice to building owners. So building owners is sort of this catch-all term that is used that isn't always appropriate, because it can involve its landlords, freeholders. It can also involve residential management companies and right to manage companies in terms of their responsibilities on site under the law. So the problem with Advice Note 14 was it was designed for the right reasons to give advice, but it just led to a lot of confusion. Flat sales started being affected, obtaining mortgages was quite difficult. So following that period, a number of groups started coming together across the country. And as I said, it was early 2019, I think April 2019 was the launch of the End Our Cladding Scandal campaign, initially with the UK Cladding Action Group and ourselves, Inside Housing. Since then, as people are aware, and as some people are still finding out on a day-by-day basis, that the issue is just has been getting worse and worse, or more complex or wider spread across the whole country, well, across Wales as well, in Scotland, although Scotland doing something slightly different. So it is a very complex situation, but as I said, our view is fairly simple in terms of, and it's something that is echoed by the Housing Communities Local Government Select Committee, which is a really good committee to follow. Their reports are great. I've got time for background reading. I'd probably look at their most recent cladding report, which was issued at the end of April. The simple point is that leaseholders are the only ones that are, or residents, as the term leaseholder is a bit of it's not the best term really, because it feels it dehumanizes us a little bit. So residents, we're the only ones that are faultless or not to blame for this issue that we're in. The cause is the regulations, because they were gameable for years. There's clear recommendation to government to update them, but they didn't. So as people who've been following the Grenfell inquiry have seen and will see in October when the role of politicians comes in, that there was a lot of sitting on hands really and just ignoring what was clearly strong advice, whether it's from experts, whether it's from some of the government's advisors. So when we formed in 2019, there was funding for ACM removal. ACM cladding is the same cladding as was on the Grenfell Tower, excuse me. There was funding for social housing to remove it. One of our kind of early wins, it's clear that we weren't really going to be able to remediate in private buildings due to the cost. So in May 2019, the ACM fund was announced, which is 200 million. Although at that point, we did know that there were a lot of other building safety issues because of the advice notes that were being issued by the government's expert panel. So again, I'll try to keep it brief. As I said, I could give you a month-by-month account, but towards the end of 2019, it was that the EWS1 form was created, which I'm sure most of you will have heard of now. Industry-led solution. However, literally a few weeks later, the government issued consolidated advice notes on the 20th of January 2020, which said that external walls should be checked for all buildings of all heights. That, since then, that's dragged hundreds of thousands, millions of people into this. Some people still don't know they're in this mess. Hopefully this week, so some of the movements might take them out of it, but we've seen announcements by government before that seem positive that haven't quite followed through, shall we say. So after some fairly intense lobbying in 2020, including meetings with Robert Jenrick, we managed to secure £1 billion in funding for non-ACM. We did welcome this at the time, but even then we knew we still needed more. So we came back together, a number of the groups in 2020, and we discussed relaunching our campaign. So we did that at the end of September 2020, alongside the Sunday Times. And Martina Lees is great journalist. She's been following this since, for the last 2 or 3 years. So we came together with Inside Housing and Sunday Times to relaunch the campaign. We've got 10 steps, which I won't detail them here, but we're happy to put them in the chat later, or maybe we can do a little briefing paper after this if it might feel it might be useful. Since September, we've been lobbying intensely. We've got a lot of politicians on site, cross-party politicians as well. We're focusing on the media as well. One of the things is that whatever media, whatever stripe the media is, whatever political persuasion, everyone can recognise the simple unfairness, whether it's the Guardian, the Times, the Sun, the Telegraph. Every single newspaper is understanding of what an unfair issue is and is reporting they call them case studies, but their personal stories. And this is something that can be forgotten, that there are real humans behind this, that when we talk about the millions to fix a building, the billions to fix it across the country, there are real human beings behind it. So that's what we try to really get out in the media, saying these are the people who are affected, from first-time buyers to people who want to move out and start build because they've got 1 or 2 babies. I've seen some families with 3 children living in a 1-bedroom flat as well. I've got pensioners who've invested for a nest egg who are now paying out a lot more than they're actually getting in for income. So one of the things that we do say is it affects everyone. If it doesn't affect yourself, then it might affect your friends. So what we also want people to do, and again, I'll come on to it later. I think I've talked 10 minutes straight already. So is we are encouraging people to lobby their MPs, whichever MP it is, Conservative MPs particularly, because of the legislation that's going through Parliament right now. So long story short, there have been some successes in terms of 30 million that was allocated to the Waking Watch, they call it Waking Watch Relief Fund, but it's essentially to install alarms in buildings over 80 metres. That was some help, but we called for it for months. Unfortunately, we know that that's not nearly enough. Our concern is that the government is focusing on media management, because there was actually a building in Sheffield that was due to be prohibited, and the day after, the 30 million Waking Watch Relief Fund was announced. So in February as well, Robert Jenrick came out with a statement on February the 10th about 3.5 billion extra funding. However, there's still a lot of detail lacking in that. One of the majorly unfair things that is in there is what we call it the cladding tax loan scheme. So they've initiated a £50 a month maximum loan scheme when buildings below 18 metres. However, again, we say it's quite simple. Why should the people in buildings over 18 metres get help when those under 18 metres are forced into a loan scheme that, despite being announced in February, despite being told there'll be details of it, we're told now it'll be September before we get any further information. So there has been movement over the last, if I take a step back over 2 years, we have got somewhere, but obviously the pain we're feeling right now, the more people that are still affected by it, the fact that we've got a number of issues still with insurances, interim measure costs. So building insurance is increasing dramatically. A lot of people are telling us they're paying hundreds of pounds a month on that. You've got the Waking Watch, which essentially is an ineffective tool, we find, and that's probably putting it mildly. And we have worked with the National Fire Chiefs Council to push them to really give clear advice about installing alarms. So the last bit of that is we need government to install the alarms, to fund installing the alarms, because again, these issues are not our fault. They're caused by weak regulations for 30, 40 years, and developers, whether in over 18 metres or under 18 metres, and subcontractors have been allowed to get away with all sorts of bad practices or despicable practices, as the Minister for Building Safety, Lord Greenhouse, called it. So fast forward to this year, in terms of, we had the fire safety bill going through Parliament. That was related to checking external walls. We took the opportunity, once Baroness Pinnock in the House of Lords raised an amendment 13 in November, we worked alongside Conservative MPs Stephen McPartland and Royston Smith to table amendments that would protect us. We didn't think it had much chance of getting through, but those of you will notice that all have seen what's known as ping pong going back between the House of Lords and House of Commons that many times. And so one of the frustrating things now is that a lot of the ministers, the Conservative MPs have been told by the government that, don't worry, we'll look at historical remediation costs and who pays in the building safety bill. So let's let the fire safety bill pass. Well, the fire safety bill has passed, and there isn't really enough in the building safety bill to protect us. There is an extension to the Defective Premises Act, the limitation period people can take action, which we welcome in principle, although the government has been told by the National Audit Office that it's probably pointless asking people who are stuck in this crisis to take that action because the costs are still prohibitive. There's a lot of special purpose vehicles that have been made insolvent, and it will impact the pace of remediation. So it is positive for some people in the future, but we still feel we don't really have enough comfort around who will pay, because a lot of us are in buildings, whether you're over 18 metres, you've got cladding issues, you've got a range of other issues as well. So average cost to fix funded issues around £25,000. There's analysis being done, it's an average cost around £23,000 to fix the non-cladding issues, the non-funded issues. So we still have to find a lot of money to make our buildings safe. You can't make a building half safe, as many MPs have said in Parliament. So just to touch upon this week's announcement, it was slightly rushed out. It's something we've called for a long time. When we relaunched our campaign, when we met Robert Jenrick in November as well to talk about a proportionate approach to risk. So it's not just a case of got to remediate everything, because the problem is the consolidated advice notes in January 2020 caused a lot of buildings of a zero risk approach to permeate, where you're told every single building has to remediate everything. It is positive that they're pushed towards more risk mitigation for under 18 metre buildings. It's a little late. We still need to see how it will play out in the market. But I would say to those of you who are in under 18 metre buildings, again, we can share the link in the chat or on a briefing note, read through the expert statement. I think it's paragraph 13 where it does say that any buildings that have been assessed already, or where they've been told you've got to have expensive remediation, to have a review of that as well. To an under 18 metres building, the advice is that because there's a lower risk to life, that you shouldn't have to remediate, so you should be able to have alarms or sprinklers. So just to finally touch upon the building safety bill, it passed its second reading this week. We do have the committee stage where it's essentially scrutinised line by line in September. Still a few months to go, so we're really focusing our efforts over the coming weeks in lobbying all the Conservative MPs. We've got a coalition of about 30 from the fire safety bill. We're looking to build on that. The Conservatives is the party of home ownership and fairness. I think they recognise the issue. It's whether we can get enough of them to actually vote against their government. We're also looking at engaging the SNP as well, because that's one thing that we could, be really useful in terms of breaking into that majority. So I'll leave it there for now. I could go on and on, as you can probably tell, but happy to write some more links and some more resources, because we do help with letters, etc., templates that leaseholders, residents, friends and family can send out as well. So whistle stop talk, that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Giles. All that information we'll put in the report that comes out. Thank you. Dave, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Katie. And can I also say thank you for inviting me today. My name's Dave Richards. I am an affected leaseholder. I live in London. I live in Greenwich, and I'm in a block where it's covered in what they term EPS, which is a form of polystyrene that's highly inflammable. So I'm recognising this firsthand as well. Just a little bit about London CAG. We formed London CAG a year ago last February, and it was really formed out of UK CAG, one of the big national bodies, and that was to give London a separate voice. We were always conscious that the problem in London was huge. We've got roughly around about 60% of the tower blocks with these issues in London. So it's a huge difficulty today. Now, what I wanted to talk to you about today was partly about the impact on people that this building safety crisis is actually causing, because there's a huge impact. But I also want to look at some of the things that we can do. And I know there's a lot of councillors on the call today, and I'm also one of our things that we're trying to do, because while we believe that most of this is a central government issue, and it is, I don't think there's any doubt about that, we work with a number of councils who become our supporters, and also what they can do in their roles to help their residents, leaseholders that they've got in their area. So I want to be a little bit challenging around that as well. So the first thing I thought I would start with to reflect on what it's like on the ground. And we did a mental health survey over the last 2 years. We've updated it. So I thought I'd give you some quotes from it. So the first one leaseholder said to us, "My entire life has been on hold for the last 2 years. I lie awake at night thinking about how to get out of the building. If the cladding just meters from my head goes up in flames. My mental health has been totally destroyed." So you almost think about that, and I just want to give this into perspective about how combustible some of this cladding is. One of the technical experts in Grenfell said the cladding there was like pouring 32 litres of petrol onto the building. Now, I find it difficult actually to conceptualise what 32 litres of petrol look like, but it's almost equivalent to 600 cars full of petrol, or 3 or 4 tankers load. So it's a real problem that we've got. Another quote from another leaseholder: "I have been left utterly broken by this. My mental and physical health has worsened. I have severe anxiety, depression. I struggle each day to keep myself alive." So the stories that we're hearing are really powerful, and they're heartbreaking at times, some of the things that we're picking up. And I just reflect on the mood of government at the moment, because we've also had and seen a letter from Robert Jenrick replying to one leaseholder that was expressing that he was having anxiety difficult. And the suggestion came back was, well, you can seek the help of the Samaritans. And you just sit back and say, wow. But that's been part of the problem and the difficulty. Just in terms of other things that our surveys picked up, 1 in 4 people have said they've taken time off work or study. 7 out of 10 say they're having sleeping difficulties. And I just reflect on that. And I know local governments are big employer of people. There'll be lots of people working in local government that are affected by this. What's the impact on the work that they are actually doing? And that's true for all workers across all industries. 28% said they had put starting a family on hold. 23% said they'd had suicidal feelings or a desire to self-harm. That's a huge percentage. That's 1 in 4 people affected by this scandal from our sample. So, and what we're seeing is this crisis is going to go on a long time by the time that we remediate all these buildings. And that's going to be a huge cost to the NHS, the economy, to families. It is a mental health crisis. And I just ponder, and I know a lot of councils have public health responsibilities, and actually how are we using that to support our residents caught up in this area. Now, I know when I've looked around and spoken to a number of public health bodies, and certainly around flood issues, there's lots of information and support going out. How much is actually going out to residents on the building safety crisis that we've got? So I think we can look at that and actually do something to support them. What I'm just going to do, hopefully, because just in case you do want to, bear with me, I'll probably do it. I think it might be coming through. There should be a link in the chat which shows our survey that you can read later at your leisure. It's quite a detailed document, and it will go into a little bit more of these circumstances. The other thing I wanted to say, particularly about local councils, obviously, and Giles mentioned this, we've got 10 steps that we are campaigning on. Basically, they are pressing government to put up the funding up front to remediate the buildings, because otherwise that's not going to happen. The leaseholders don't have the money to do it, and then go after those people that are responsible for this crisis, and that will be the developers as the main problem. But there's other people that are involved. There's the manufacturers of all the cladding, and what we've been asking local authorities to do is actually to sign up to those 10 campaign aims that we've got. And we've got a number that have actually adopted them, I'm pleased to say. And I've just put our campaign aims in there that you can link into our website, and it's got some details. And I'm probably, and I know time's short at the moment, I'm going to just concentrate on 2. We've got Newham here in London. Of course, I deal with the London one, so apologies for that. And Tower Hamlets. Newham's an interesting one. They've signed up to be a supporter and back off 10 steps. But they're also looking at putting pressure on the developers who have still not remediated blocks in their area. And they're going to take that into account. Now, I appreciate that's difficult, because in terms of planning legislation, there's difficulties of doing anything in that light. There's some difficulties around tendering that we do and what business that we're giving out. But certainly they are looking into that, which is good. Tower Hamlets, you might not be aware of the area, but you will have seen probably recently the New Providence Wharf fire on the news, which was a fire in a tower block. Now, there was a number of issues there that people have been saying. One of the difficulty is when the fire brigade turned up, they didn't have a fire engine with a long enough ladder to get up to the height of the fire. Now, what Tower Hamlets are doing is they're looking at their Section 106 money to say, how can we use that And actually they're contemplating, and the mayor's contemplating there at the moment, of whether they work with the fire service to actually purchase a turntable ladder to get there. We've also had discussions, because there was an issue about water pressure in the area, with the water board, Thames Water, to see what are the issues, are they genuine? So it's one of those where local government can come together with the other public sector bodies to actually look at this in a more holistic light, to see whether, you know, there's things that we can do to actually improve the fire safety and actually improve the chances of people surviving these fires, and of course our fire service as well, that they're not exposed to danger. So certainly those are the issues that they are looking at the moment. I'm grateful for them to doing that, and we will continue to work with local authorities to get them signed up to be supporters. The other thing that we're doing as a campaign is, and you may well have seen some of our protests, we're having local protests at sales offices of various builders, because while we feel that they're not taking real action to actually address this problem, we want people to know that that's going on. We're also looking about investments into those builders. We're looking at ESG investors, or they claim to be, so that people that are investing in environment, social and corporate governance issues that have come to light, to see the type of company that they're protecting. So again, the challenge is, what are the investments people are making? Pension funds, big investors, what can we do there, and how does that work? So that's some of our work that's going on in the background as well. But I think, because I know we're slightly over time, just to sum up, you know, from my view of what's going on, and I think everybody is agreeing what we see is a lot of shoddy work in tower block buildings, and I think we need to see obviously the government step up, because it's only the government that can really solve this crisis, but we also need a systematic change, a change in culture in the building industry. And what we've also experienced that's been going on is a blame culture, and that hasn't helped anybody. If it's not a blame culture, it's a blame avoidance that people have sat back and tried to do, and that's ended up is actually probably the most innocent party that's caught up in this scandal is actually then meeting the cost. And what it needs is a revolve of everybody in the industry to come together with the residents to actually solve this. But the underlying thing that we do need, and we haven't got at the moment, is we need the political will of the government to solve this crisis.
Thank you so much, Dave. Really appreciate that. Really quite hard listening to some of the stories.
Yeah.
I think Alex is going to come in now. Hello, Alex.
Hi, Katie. Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you to Giles and Dave for explaining so much. We could talk about the cladding scandal for hours and hours. Okay, so today I'm going to talk about how I set up Ipswich Gladiators back in December 2020. And we have a desire or a plan for more towns and cities across the east of England specifically to launch their own cladding action group or campaign groups, however you want to describe them, so that the smaller cities and towns in this area can have a voice in this campaign. So far, we've got Ipswich Gladiators that I've set up, Hertfordshire Gladiators and Essex Cladding Action Group. So we've made a good start, but it'll be really good if Cambridge or Cambridgeshire would form their own leaseholder group and further increase the local press coverage and public awareness in this area. So I launched Ipswich Gladiators in December 2020. At that time, there were only 3 buildings part of our group. And I thought it would be all about sharing knowledge on cladding, getting a couple of articles out in the local paper, and that would be it. However, it has grown into a much bigger project with a wide variety of fire safety defects revealed in this town. And I must apologise, they're testing our new fire alarm today, so apologies for the noise. Okay, there we go. So now, 7 months later, we now have 19 blocks that have been made aware of cladding and/or other fire safety defects. And you may be wondering, how can a volunteer leaseholder group discover this? Fellow leaseholders have contacted us from a number of sources. The first being through seeing our local press coverage and contacting us with questions. Next, it's social media, a great modern tool that we can all use to further increase the public knowledge and to get leaseholders involved in an organised group. And finally, we delivered leaflets into buildings asking them a direct question. Again, sorry for the fire alarm. So a leaflet, if you can see here, we managed to deliver through into the letterboxes of buildings in the Ipswich area. And through that leaflet, we were then able to increase our scope and awareness, and were able to get other leaseholders on board into our group. Earlier this year, Ipswich Borough Council voted unanimously on an End Our Cladding Scandal motion. And I know that Giles and Dave have covered the importance of getting local councils on board with our campaign. Also, Suffolk County Council have released a statement and sent a letter to the Housing Secretary as a way of showing their support to the campaign. Creating a cladding action group gives you an identity, allowing you opportunities that you may not receive as an individual leaseholder. For example, we all wrote to our MP and received replies in writing. That was a good thing. But a week after forming the group, we had a virtual meeting with our MP, Tom Hunt. And since then, we've met a further 3 times via Zoom and now in person. So having a group allows you into doors and further opportunities that you may not have had on your own. The identity of a group also enables you to keep your building's name hidden if you choose to do so. I can sit here today and represent Ipswich Gladiators without having the need to reveal my building's name. And this is important because some leaseholders understandably are concerned about the negative reputation of their buildings if they go public with their stories. Since forming, we've appeared in the local paper, TV and radio on multiple occasions. And now we've also made a couple of national reports, including, you may have seen on Tuesday, we were on the BBC 10 o'clock news covering the latest announcements with the Building Safety Bill. And in that report, we showed how 14 out of the 19 affected blocks here have developers who have gone bust, folded, or are in administration. So having that group formed and organised enabled us to tell our story to a national broadcaster a clear way, whereas if we weren't that organised group, we probably wouldn't have had that opportunity. Looking ahead, as I mentioned earlier, our desire is to have as many towns and cities having an organised group for the benefits that I've just talked about. So my message to any Cambridge leaseholder or Cambridgeshire leaseholder watching today is that please speak to your neighbours. Try and find out if there's other buildings affected close by. Get an organised group together and start having meetings with councillors like yourself and your MPs. And my message to all councillors listening today is to please support them. As much as we are a campaign group, we are equally a support group. And as Dave covered the mental health aspect of this crisis, it is so important that we are all here to support as well as to campaign about this crisis. And as councillors, you can help a new group get in touch with the local press, whether that's paper, TV or radio. And it will be a great way for the new group to get started and share their stories. Thank you for your time today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you very much, Alex, and also Dave and Giles. If you want to join us again, Dave and Giles, and I will.
Katie's frozen.
Yeah. So why don't Tumi, would you like to start with any comments or questions?
This has been a hard one to listen to. Thank you for sharing your stories with us. I mean, it's something I'm aware of, obviously, but we don't have that as much, I don't think, in South Cambs. But my thought about this is, I've been thinking, where does or how can building control actually help with, I guess, identifying some of these issues before they become a problem? And how do these buildings get signed off, I guess? We heard that earlier on, on how some of these buildings do get signed off. But I'm just thinking in terms of what we can do now to help the situation. But just say thank you. I mean, obviously, if you have ideas, then yeah, happy to listen. I think I probably saw our building control manager is on the call, but you know, that's at least that's something that we could potentially look into hereabouts.
Yes, our director Tumi and I are both working with 3C's building control covering this area, and Heather Jones, I've been having long conversations with Heather Jones and she'll be joining us later today. But yes, I completely, it seems that the horror of Grenfell has just opened up a can of worms, and yeah, it's so shocking. And it just the actually hearing from you about the experience, as Tumi said, is really moving. And I hadn't really, you can't really appreciate the stress that this must be causing until we actually hear from people living through this. So I think I certainly I would be speaking to Tumi and our fellow councillors here today. Katie Pora is a different party from me, and we have an independent councillor who's, I think, coming and going today. So certainly in Cambridge, we are hearing more, we're getting more and more residents, and exactly as Alex, you said that a lot of them are very cautious about speaking out because of the whole issue about worrying about the value of the properties. So, but the other thing which I think was raised about that this is the blame culture and a culture of avoidance is causing more problems than ever. And I think the insurance issues that you've mentioned as well is making the blame culture worse, rather than people coming together, really working with everyone in the industry to try and resolve this. So I think it seems, that we have a problem right now with this situation, and we need to stop it happening again, which is what Tumi said. But we also we absolutely have to resolve this. And it seems like, somebody buying a car or a wardrobe or furniture seems to have more recourse to getting something fixed than a homeowner. Maybe Philippa, you'd like to come in, and then we'll go back to Alex and Giles and Dave. Philippa.
Thank you, Katie. I would have only really wanted to say I agree with everything you've said. If I just zip up here, it's more because I've been jotting things down for Lucy Nessinger, the leader of the joint administration of the county, because clearly we see many new developments coming over the hill, and it is vital that we equip ourselves and our residents with a few more tools for their self-defense, as well as trying to help them. The appointment of building control, where many years ago when I was in your position, Katie, I know that we regretted deeply the loss of building control from the Guildhall, where you could go down the corridors of power literally and say, look, what's going on here? This doesn't seem to be properly controlled. And it can now be contracted out, which always seems to me a way of evading responsibility or making it very difficult to get hold of the people who are responsible. Is that still the case? In which case, is there any chance of changing that, do you think, centrally? Is that something that's already being pursued? Put that in the chat if it's not important now, Katie. Thank you.
No. Would Giles or Dave or Alex want to come back on these?
I'll jump in. Yeah, it's always a strange one with building control. To you or to me 4 years ago, when I thought, okay, I've got a completion certificate, that means all the checks have been done. They've made sure that what the plans were is what's been built, but that's not really the process. So, we can talk about private and publicly, but I think the difficulty has always been that did they have the right to inspect what had finally been built? Because as far as we're concerned, inspectors didn't have the powers to check what materials have been used. So you went through this whole process of plans being submitted, and then this horrible phrase of value engineering taking place, which would then mean you don't really know what was built. Part of the issue is that you've got an as-built design plans and fire strategy, but then that's not always passed along. So some of this is going to be mitigated or remedied by the building safety bill. However, because that's focusing on over 18 metres buildings, our concern still is that under 18 metres, that sort of two-tier system will still apply, that you'll almost still be able to choose your approved inspector really to sign it off. So we've still got some concerns over the future, but as I say, it comes back to more what can councils do, whether motions that you pass between yourselves. I think that the difficulties Dave touched upon is that whole planning frameworks and European law. We know that it's difficult to say they can't build because of the historical issue. Oftentimes those historical issues are not always developers' fault, it's the building regulations because they were so gameable. But we do try to encourage all councils, look at tender frameworks, can you put something in terms of community engagement that might not be able to stop everything, but it would be a case of saying, okay, are these developers, Urban Splash is one in Manchester, who are still getting approvals, winning awards, despite a number of buildings literally just over there, less than a mile from me, that have been told they've got to remediate because they've been constructed so poorly. So just to touch on the other side as well, I think that the point that I think Tumi made as well, that it's a coordinated approach that we've been pushing for. So as much as you can say, the government basically tries to deal with the media or tries to dampen down the backbench rebellion. So it essentially just says, oh, we've given some money, there you go, now we've ended our cladding scandal. However, the point is there isn't really a coordinated approach. As was mentioned earlier, that costs are going up, the demand on contractors, fire engineers, that's, not insane, but, there's not enough people to do that. So the problem is that we don't really know how long this crisis is going to go on for. They've done it in Victoria, in Australia, in terms of prioritisation on risk. In Scotland, they've got what's known as a single building assessment process. approach where you actually take it out of the industry. So it's not just who shouts loudest, who's got a good relationship to get things constructed. It's a case of, we're pushing Boris to take more control. He loves taking back control. So that's what we're trying to do. Thankfully, he's now a bit more interested. He's realised the scale of the crisis and the effect it has on his votes in his blue wall as well. So we keep pushing for that as well. But as I said, there's a lot. The more you can do, within the context of the framework of the law as well to support that, or to hold those developers to account as well. That'd be great from our side. Thank you.
I don't know if Sam Davies is here. Would you like to come in?
Unfortunately, I have missed all of the valuable discussion that's led up to this. I've only just tuned in the last 5 minutes or so. I don't have much to add on the cladding issue directly, but I think what it does feed into is sort of wider issues around trust, and those are something that's a theme that I think we'll be coming back to time and again through today's conversation. And if people don't have trust that things that have gone wrong will be acted on and dealt with, or that organisations are acting in their best interest, then that becomes very corrosive across a very wide range of issues. So I think this sense of identifying problems and then having ways of enforcing solutions to them is really important.
Thank you, Sam. I think the one point I mean, there's absolutely the top priority is saving lives, but we should be going further. We shouldn't be just, as planning to ensure that people can get out, and that's it's a great achievement. We need to be able to have buildings that are safe to live in, safe to keep our pets and possessions, and to know that we can come and go safely. But all of our our memories and the things we possess are actually safe as well. It's got to be something that we can rely on. We're proud. And the mental. The other thing I think we could also take back to our county councillors who are coming and going is the mental health issue. So I think we'll, as councillors, we can certainly come together after this and discuss what we've learned and how we can contact our own residents here. But we will also come back to you as well, Alex, about the process, if we can help our residents here, and we will suggest a group. So thank you so much. It's been really meaningful listening to you, and I've certainly learned a lot. So we're going to have, do you, Alex, Giles, or Dave want to say any more quick words before we have a break now?
I think Heather's got her hand up. Oh,
Heather, please come in.
Thank you. I thought you'd forgotten me for a moment.
Sorry.
I just, so first of all, for those people that have spoken personally firsthand, thank you. On different issues, I've done that myself, and I know how incredibly difficult it can be to speak on things, particularly so personal and emotional. I think what has been said by many about the need to not have blame, a sort of blame culture and a blame game, is probably one of the most important things that's been said today. Because as soon as you get into that sort of cycle, it's very hard to get out of it, and it is very unproductive. At the end of the day, there's an awful thing, an awful situation that's occurred, and it needs to be dealt with and resolved, and people need supported. Why things happen can always be looked at a later date if needed. And I'm pleased to hear that you are getting cross-party support as well from some of my colleagues, as well as other members' colleagues on here today. One So for those that know me, I'm referred to as a number nerd. I know Councillor Hawkins will know that I like numbers I'm a typical accountant. So I just had one quick question in that I believe it was in Giles's presentation. You said about the 30 million and it not being enough. I'm just wondering, do you have a figure in mind as to what is the right figure, so that we can get a scale of where we're at on it? If that's, thank you, Katie.
It's not necessarily a figure in mind. Our general view is that it's wherever a Waking Watch is deemed required, it should be funded by government, because the issues are, not caused by leaseholders. So 30 million, it's usually an average about 100 grand per building. So you're looking at around 300. But just in London alone, there were 901 Waking Watches reported. I think 675 of those were for external issues. So we've got 153 buildings on evacuation procedures now. So it's not necessarily something I want to say it should be 60 million. I mean, one of the things I would say is 901 buildings. The Waking Watch, you pay VAT, you pay payroll taxes, so you get pretty much 30 million back from that in 1 year. So that's one of the sort of the unfair things, that we're paying VAT, but we're now supposed to be happy to get 30 million. So it's something the NFCC have said as well. We have the Fire Chiefs Council, have regular conversations with them. Simple point is, if you need a Waking Watch, even if it follows this week's, hopeful return to proportionality, it should be funded by government. The alarm installation should be funded by government, because that should move the need for the Waking Watch. So I could do some back of the fag packet type calculations, but as I say, these issues aren't our fault. So why should we hand over this hundreds of thousands to get an alarm installed for them?
Yeah, and if I can jump in there, Giles, the 30 million quoted, 22 million of that is ring fence for 8 cities across England, leaving only 8 million for the rest of England. So towns and cities like Ipswich and Cambridge will be effectively fighting over the 8 million remaining, just to clarify.
Thank you. Can I come back on? Thank you, Katie. So that's, and I do agree with you on, the financial support, and it shouldn't be on the people in the buildings. I do think ultimately, personally, those that put those in the first place have an obligation as well. So it's just to have that in mindset. So just to clarify, it was about £100,000 of property you think is the requirement. Obviously those properties may go forward, and does the 3.5 billion that you reference, that I take it that's completely separate, so that wouldn't contribute towards what you're referring to?
Yeah, it's set. So there's 30 million for interim measures. There's no support for insurance, and there's 5.1 billion, but that 5.1 billion is very specific and limited to cladding systems, unsafe cladding systems in buildings over 80 metres. One of the things we said all along is that part of that risk prioritisation should be, you've got a 90-metre building with a strip of decorative cladding at the top. Should you spend 1.5–2 million to fix that, or should you fix the buildings 14–15 metres that are built complete with timber or have got a lot of issues internally? So it's that sort of holistic, coordinated approach that we want to push for. So rather than just saying, here's 5.1 billion, we'll get rid of all the cladding, well, why don't we have 5.1 billion to include funding of the risk mitigation, sprinklers? I've got a building in Salford that they've been told they've got no issues on the outside, internal compartmentation issues where each leasehold will have to pay £100,000 to remediate. They're still being told that because the advice hasn't really changed. So that's where it needs to be the certainty of advice from government, which it started trying to do. But the 5 billion, we will still need more. The government hasn't collected the data to really quantify it. So it's a case of, they'll do a little bit and then say, right, we've done enough. Hopefully we'll push some money out, get it into a taxpayer versus leaseholders argument when it isn't that. So simple point is 5.1 billion is great, but it could be spent a lot more wisely and targeted a lot better on actual risky buildings.
Thank you.
Thank you. Giles, if you have more information about that sort of data, we can put it into the report we're coming out. So thank you, Heather. and apologies for missing you. I've sorted out my screen so I can see everyone's name now. So we're going to have a break and come back at 11:35 to listen to Martin Boyd. So if we could just, if you can stay on, don't sign off, maybe just shut your screens and we'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know, Martin Boyd, are you here to join us? Thank you very much. And the other councillors, please turn on your videos if you'd like to, or wait until we're asking questions. So Martin, you're going to talk to us about very complex issues. I've heard from some of our residents and I struggle to understand, and it's vastly complicated. So it'd be good to hear from you about leasehold and freehold abuses. Thank you.
Certainly. Well, good morning, everyone. Yeah, my name is Martin Boyd. I'm Chair of Trustees of a charity called the Leasehold Knowledge Partnership. We also act as the Secretariat for the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Leasehold and Commonhold Reform. I've been around helping people since about 2008, and we've been through a whole series of cycles. We were most heavily involved early on in abuses in the retirement sector. And there have been a number of OFT stroke CMA investigations into that part of the market. There was an investigation initially into the exit fees you pay in retirement homes. And the OFT found that a number of those amounted to unfair trading practices. They also looked into a collusive tendering ring that ran for a number of years in retirement homes on door entry systems. And unfortunately, they reached a market deal with the company that they felt was running a cartel, and in agreement for them supposedly self-reporting, they weren't fined. So even if you run a cartel and you overcharge people living in retirement homes in the leasehold sector, you don't end up having to pay for it. We then have had a number of other problems in the sector over the years that we've helped out on. The leasehold house issue became very prevalent some years ago, where a number of developers felt that they could make some additional money by suddenly making houses leasehold rather than freehold. And that helped create a group called the National Leasehold Campaign, who I think formed in 2017. They now have over 22,000 members, and they help represent individual leaseholders in both flats and houses. And that's now expanded into something else called Fleasehold, which was the next scam that the developers thought of. And that's where they sell you your house as a freehold, but your house sits on what's deemed to be a private estate, and you are liable to pay those estate charges. And if you fail to pay them, then your freehold can be taken away from you in just the same way that your leasehold could be taken away if you don't pay service charges for your flat or your leasehold house or your ground rent. That then followed with the cladding scandal, and we've worked very, very closely with the cladding groups and what's now called the End Our Cladding Scandal. The one thing that Giles and Dave forgot to mention is the massively important rally that's coming up in Parliament Square on the 16th of September, which we're jointly running between the NLC, LKP, and the End Our Cladding Scandal group. That will coincide with an APPG that we're running inside Parliament on the same day. So the MPs will go and listen to various issues in Parliament, and then hopefully a number of them will go out to Parliament Square and speak to leaseholders who are either facing the problems in that market or within the cladding specific issues that we've got now. Most of the first sort of 5 to 6 years we were doing our work, everyone was telling us we were wrong. The whole sector said there are no problems with leasehold. It generally works quite well. And that was the message that was coming out from ministers. They felt the law was working properly, that people weren't being ripped off. We were the only ones that were foolish enough to report it. We continue to report abuses across the sector and highlight some of the very bad practices that go on. We were heavily involved with exposing the Taylor Wimpey issues that have now gone on to see them create their ground rent refund model. And we worked closely with the NLC and the CMA on their project, which is now seen Aviva and Persimmon agree to vary their ground rent terms. So across the market, we see a mixture of systemic problems caused by large developers and large freeholders who own the titles to blocks of flats, and specific individual cases. We help individuals who face problems, and we help MPs and councillors in their casework when they've got individual problems. Having spent our 5 or 6 years with everyone telling us we were wrong and that there were no problems in the market, that has now radically changed. It started in 2016 when Sajid Javid was Secretary of State, and he produced a white paper called Fixing Our Broken Housing Market. In there, he did a lot of work looking at the leasehold part of the market, and there were a number of consultations which got the biggest set of responses the housing department had ever had. The sector said, oh, this is just a small group of grumpy leaseholders who aren't representative. Fortunately, the department didn't believe that view, and it went on to instruct the Law Commission to review 3 key areas of the law. Those reports have now been published, and we're awaiting the government response. Those 3 areas were they're looking to change the law on enfranchisement, i.e. how you either extend your lease or buy the freehold to your house, or collectively buy the freehold for your flat. The right to manage legislation, which allows people in blocks of flats to take control of the management away from their third-party freeholder. And also what they've termed the reinvigoration of common hold. So common hold is the form of tenure ownership that exists almost universally in the rest of the world, where the people who live in blocks of flats collectively own the building between them. So we're almost unique in this, in England and Wales, in keeping the system which says when you buy a flat, you are a tenant under the law, and you have a freeholder who owns the building. And that has caused massive confusion during the cladding crisis, because Dame Judith Hackett did not understand the problems that causes. Since she completed her report, she's gone on to say she now does understand the fundamental unfairness that leasehold causes, in that the tenants are under the law and their lease liable for 100% of the costs, but they are not the building owner, and they do not have any control on what works is carried out on their homes. Which is why, you know, we've had, you know, the 3 speakers before me have talked about the huge bills that are arriving. And it's, you know, it's life-changing to people when you get a bill of £50,000 arrive. You know, we have seen huge numbers of people facing mental stress. Some people have gone bankrupt. Some people may have done something far worse. And I think until we find a way to move forward, this problem is not going to go away for years and years to come. So within the sector, we've got a lot of change going on. The abuses that are available to freeholders stem out of the way that the leasehold model is designed. And what happens is that, particularly in flats rather than houses, the developer creates the lease. They write the contract, which you have no option but to sign if you want to buy that flat. That contract sets out how the property will operate and how it will be paid for. And it says you, the tenant, are going to pay for all the costs of maintaining the building. And you're also going to pay a ground rent. A ground rent does not provide you with any service. It's a fee, which is nominally for the privilege of you living on someone else's land. The reality is, it is the income stream that has been used to create a lot of the abuses that we have in the sector. Ground rents have gone up dramatically in recent years, and people don't understand it. They think when they're buying a property and the ground rent is £200, £300 or £400 a year, it's not too important because they're only planning to own the property for 7 years and then move on to somewhere else. But the market counts the cumulative income stream that ground rent generates when a valuation is made in terms of you trying to buy that freehold from the landlord or extending the lease at some point in the future. And what the ground rent does as well is it provides the income stream which encourages third-party investors to buy those assets. And why they're buying them is nothing to do with the ground rent. That is a minor part of the income stream that they're looking to generate. What they want is the management of the building. And they want the commissions they can earn out of the insurances. And those insurance commissions can be stupendous. When I first sort of came into this issue, the government had a leasehold advisory service, which is there to supposedly provide impartial advice. And until we stopped it in 2017, they used to run an annual conference for the sector, where some very dodgy tricks were taught to everyone. And the very first meeting I went to in, I think it was 2010, had very prestigious speakers. It had the Master of the Rolls, it had the President of the Property Tribunal, it had various civil servants, and it had an auctioneer who stood up and he told the audience, ground rents are very good investments because you can make 100% markup on the insurance, and under the law, you have no obligation to tell the leaseholders that you're making that money. So it seemed very wrong to me that that market existed. It seemed even wronger that a government advisory body was telling people how to run this scam, but that's where we were. The speaker was actually wrong in that you do have some rights to find out about insurance commission, but it can be very, very hard. But it is one of the biggest abuses that we still have in the sector. So the government's trying to do a couple of things at the moment in addition to the Law Commission project. The most important of those is the ground rent bill, which is going through Parliament at the moment. It had been understood from some time ago that unless ground rents are removed from the market, the incentive for developers to sell leasehold rather than common hold will remain. So the proposal is, with the ground rent bill, that on new build, ground rents will be totally banned. All ground rents will be a peppercorn, i.e. a rent of no monetary value. There is a small exception for retirement homes who will have an extra 2 years before they have to implement this system. But if you're buying a retirement home in a year's time and or a year after the bill and you still have a ground rent, then you might ask the developer the question, why am I going to have to pay this when in another year's time, the next person coming along won't. That change does not impact where we are with existing ground rents. That's being covered by other legislation which will be brought forward soon. The other massive change we've got going on at the moment is the Building Safety Bill, which has just had its second reading. And Heather was talking about numbers earlier, and if she looks at Hansard, she'll see that the father of the house talks about some of the numbers that we've got in terms of the remediation that's going on, and the figure of 15 billion that's possibly there, and he ends up suggesting that Treasury makes money out of this at the end of the day. Particularly with the fact that if we do spend 15 billion, they'll be looking at 3 billion pounds worth of VAT coming into the system. So our view is there are huge problems with the Building Safety Bill. The estimate is it will add nearly £500 million worth of costs on to the market per year. That's in the government's impact assessment. The non-monetized benefit that the consumer gets from this is 300 to 400 million pounds worth of feeling safer, which is rather ridiculous that in a country like ours, we say that we're going to put these costs on people because by doing that, it somehow will make them feel safe in a building that ought to be safe anyway.
Martin,
that's where we are.
Martin, what you've explained is amazing. But I'm going to stop you now, if you don't mind, to just, I've never heard it explained so succinctly and clearly. So I don't know, I'm going to see if Heather, would you like to come in first with anything, comments or points? If you're here, or Sam?
No, I agree. That was a really helpful, sorry, I'll turn my camera on. That was a really helpful kind of exposition of the issues. Yeah, and I think it's something that we, you know, as a councillor, I'm just starting to get to grips with. But I am aware of the level of concern in lots of the new build communities in Cambridge around it. So thank you very much for explaining it so clearly.
Tumi, would you like to come in and make a comment or ask a question?
Hi, thanks, Katie. Thanks, Martin, for that explanation. I completely hear you and I get it, because I've been in the position where we had freehold sold to another company. We weren't even aware of it. And it was only when one of the flat owners contacted us and said, did you know that this has happened? It's like, whoa, our insurance just doubled overnight. And other costs were being given. I was like, why are we doing this? So we eventually bought the freehold and ended up being, that the common hold that you explained earlier on. So, all the 6 flat owners became the freehold owners of the building. But not everyone can do that. And it is amazing that we in, England and Wales have this system that, frankly, I don't get it and really should be phased out. So I'm completely in support of the plans to phase that out. But the stress that flat owners are under is enormous. And all I can say is, I will be happy to help whichever way it is we can, to help those who we might find in situations like that within our area, South Cambs, and of course, and the city, because we have a shared service. But there we go. That was quite a good explanation. Thank you.
just to say one thing that's already come across my desk is a developer who had apparently made representations when selling flats to the purchasers that should they ever decide to sell the freehold, they would offer the flat owners first option on it. And much to their surprise, they discovered that the block had actually been sold on without any of them having been offered the opportunity.
Exactly.
And again, you know, back to this issue of trust. It is completely corrosive for people to feel that their primary asset and their home can be traded as a commodity without them being aware of what's happening and without the promises that were made to them being borne out in fact.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, one of the things Harry, I'm moving myself. Yeah, one of the things that Harry mentioned earlier was some new codes of practice that are coming out. The one thing that code does not seem to have addressed is there is a unique sort of characteristic of property law. A salesperson for a developer can say whatever they want to you. Mm. If it's not in writing, it doesn't count. It's not like other contract law. So people need to understand, if a developer says, oh, I'm going to offer you, you know, the freehold, if they're not writing that down, it does not matter.
That's what I always recommend people get things in writing. There's no point just being told it. Yeah. Proof has to be in written form.
Yeah.
Then you have a contract.
The other thing I've been finding is a huge increase, very poor maintenance of, you know, utilities, and then also huge costs for power. And then huge and rising costs. The residents keep coming back about continued rising costs.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the places I started. We took our landlords to court and eventually got £500,000 back as overcharged services. It is, you know, to defend managing agents though. It is with utilities quite often very difficult to find out what the right bill is from the utility suppliers. They don't seem to be very good at billing people, but it is something to be careful of. You know, one of the other sort of really nasty characteristics of the leasehold world is very often the developer is telling the managing agent that they appoint at the when the building's sold, what they will set the service charges at. So what they will want is a service charge level that makes it easy to sell rather than what the managing agent may know it's going to cost. So you move in and the costs do jump after the first couple of years. And it's not because you are suddenly being overcharged. It's that you were undercharged to make it look as if you ought to be buying the flat.
Okay. Martin, thank you so much. I don't know if any other councillors want to come in, because we're going to, I think, Martin, we could have a whole session a day talking at different aspects, because there are so many. I think we're going to.
Yeah, can I just say, well done you for standing up and standing up for the fight, and out in Taylor Wimpey. They couldn't have liked it.
Thank you.
Well done, and thank you very much. We've now got a session with some of our Cambridge residents are going to join us. And first is Teresa Tilley. I see you're on. We're also going to have, John Gaskell, Martin Keegan, and Paul Colbert. But Teresa's has got something to go on to, so she's going to tell us about what her experience here in Cambridge or South Cambs in this area. And thank you, Teresa, for joining us. I can see you there. Do you want to tell us what you've experienced so that we can better understand? Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Our management agents commissioned a facade report, and then they issued a second report, which was an external facade report. They found the copper cladding was satisfactory. However, the oak beams and the balconies, which are a key design feature of the building, was considered unsafe, and they were recommending their removal. The development's 16 years old, and it received the Sterling Prize. It's also in a conservation area, and it's expected to be listed. It's in Cambridge by not far from, on the Accordia site, not far from the Cambridge station. There's a large number of apartments in the development, and they've got the same oak beams and balconies as we have, and the recommendations would significantly change the appearance of the whole development. And it's questionable whether it's necessary. The report is really generic. Whilst the inspection was carried out, it lacks detail. It's factually incorrect. It's saying the oak beams are structural where they're not. If the building was, if the balconies were to collapse, it would have no impact on the actual building itself. They were originally graded in the first report as A2, which would have passed. And then 12 months later, with no re-inspection, they downgraded them to B2. They've just listed them as wood, whereas they're oak. They're significantly larger than the building regulations required. And they reckon that they would char. Oh, we've investigated, and they seem to think that they would char at 35 millimetres per hour. They're 290 millimetres. And therefore we've got about 8 hours to evacuate the building. It's only 14 metres. There's 9 flats and 16 residents. And there's no fire escape by the balcony, and the stairway is the opposite end of the building. So there's absolutely no problem with people being able to get out. We've consulted a chartered engineer who's also a member of the Institute of Fire Engineers, and he was suggesting that there's serious misgivings about a number of aspects of the report and its recommendations. The concern we have is that I don't know, the issue now is that with the new government guidance, whether the management agents are prepared to adopt a more proportionate and less risk-averse approach. The building has never actually been declared a fire risk. So we're not actually sure why they're insisting that we take down the whole back of the building. The whole report just doesn't make sense. Stack up. We've got a Zoom meeting with management agents on the 9th of August, and we're looking really for any sort of advice we can be given as to how we approach it, really. Because we're trying to avoid the costly removal of something that really is a beautiful building.
Teresa, thank you so much. Thank you for making time to come here. It's interesting. It seemed to make a difference that you could all get together to talk about this, and you seem to make progress as a group.
Well, we've actually formed the Leaseholders Association so that we can, as a group, discuss and challenge the report that's been issued. But the management agent was instructed by the freeholder to do the report, and they're already talking about trying to do the remedial action. And it's interesting because the person that, the company that produced the report is in partnership with the company that they're recommended to do the remedial work. So cynicism kind of creeps in a little bit, really.
Thank you so much.
Please forgive me, Teresa. I had to take a phone call at the beginning of if you'll trust us, could you give me the street address of where you live?
Yeah, it's Kingfisher Way, Cambridge. So it's right. CB2 8EN.
Yes, there's gardens and ways. So thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
If I can just say something before Teresa goes. On Wednesday, the government announced some changes for under 18 metre buildings. And it's very unclear what happens to buildings where fire safety defects have already been discovered and what the next steps are. But what I would say is that potentially your situation could change in the near future in terms of EWS1 forms and the need for remediation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Teresa, and thank you, Alex. We'll put that. We'll make sure Alex's comments go into the report. Thank you, Teresa. Should we
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. We have John. Are you here? And then I think after John, Paul's going to talk to us, and then Martin after that. So, John.
Afternoon, Katie, and afternoon, everybody. Thank you for inviting me to take part. So, just very briefly, my name's John Gaskell. I set up a lobby organisation called Home Buyers Fight Back, and that was in response to having had a poor experience buying a new build property in South Cambridgeshire. And it was a sort of a chalked cheese experience, if you like, is that my wife and I sold an old Grade 2 listed barn that had been built, 250 years ago, where we'd lived for 17 years with no issues, and specifically chose to buy a property from the development arm of a prominent local charity, Housing Society, in just outside Cambridge. And indeed, I think the development was effectively endorsed by South Cambridge District Council. So before I moved in, I had a snagging survey done, and that identified about 110 defects, snags and defects, which, to be fair, majority of them were of a relatively minor nature. But I think that kind of indicated that there'd been some systemic shoddy workmanship. So to be fair to the developer, before completing contracts, they agreed to put most of those things right. So we moved in, but unfortunately, of course, when you move into a property, it's only really then, even though you might have had a survey, that the real more deeper rooted issues start to manifest. So after a period of a few months, we found that, for example, the reason that part of the house was what we called the Arctic zone was because they hadn't even installed some of the pipe work for the underfloor heating. There were components that had been missed out from the underfloor heating. So we sat down in our cold room, decided at least we could put our new television on. That didn't work because they hadn't finished the TV infrastructure. We then found that the floor coverings that had been fitted were unsuitable for underfloor heating. The toilets didn't work properly. They wouldn't flush. The toilet seat fell off. And we were in a pretty damn miserable situation. So we actually went on holiday for our first Christmas and New Year, just to get some peace, really, and some warmth. And we came back, and I continued to find other issues and effectively became my own amateur clerk of the works. So I had a meeting with the CEO of said developer, who promised that they'd stand behind the integrity of the property. That was a kind of a handing the keys back type moment. And to a degree, they did start to put some things right, but it's proven to be a torturous battle. So I actually got a house scan to come in and do some more deeper seated investigations. So we had thermal imaging cameras in. I then found that there was breach of disability access regulations. So the front of the property and the downstairs WC didn't comply with basic disability access rights. I found that some of my paving slabs were cracking on the outside pavement. So I dug some of the pavement up, did some excavations in the garden, found that the pavement and patio hadn't been laid properly. And actually, as it happens, the builders are here at the moment. I've asked them to stop digging so that we don't get the noise. They're having to dig up the entirety of all my paving, taking up some of the driveway. Found that the surface water drainage problems that emerged had been caused because the builder had built the garage 100 metres lower than it should have been. And I've now employed an expert witness to come in and do some further investigations to find, for example, that the garage appears to be structurally suspect. I'm currently in consultations with the developer after having threatened legal action. I set up a crowd justice fund, actually called Crowd Justice, to help raise some legal funds to help me with this. And eventually we now seem to be getting some progress on this, but after a really very torturous struggle. And what I've learned from this is a number of things, is that firstly, the legislation and access to redress is massively stacked against home buyers. So for example, some of the things that we take for granted in terms of consumer legislation are excluded from land and property law. So my phrase is, you have more statutory protections when you buy a toaster or a computer than you do when you invest your life savings in your own home, and that's absolutely correct. I've also found out that warranties, of course, are full of small print and exclusions. And I started working with Oliver Colville, who was the former Tory MP who chaired the all-party parliamentary group investigating the problem in quality in new build. And around 2/3 of defects in new builds are actually excluded, apparently, on properties. And then, of course, we have the fact that trying to access justice on this is very difficult, because the legislation is, one, stacked against you. Excuse me. Two, there is no ombudsman, and even when we have an ombudsman, I think it will be very limited in terms of what you can actually seek redress on. But ultimately, it's been a systemic failure of quality control, all the way from building control, which incidentally wasn't South Cambridgeshire Council. It was a private building control firm that clearly shouldn't have passed a lot of stuff. And we have, for example, the self-certification of plumbers. So it's a bit like asking somebody to mark their own exam paper. They're hardly going to give themselves an E or a fail. They're going to be an A double plus every time. So we've had systemic problems with toilets and heating systems. So to summarize all that, it's really a dysfunctional system. It's tailored towards market abuse and vested interest. I think that the contracting out is now showing the consequences of that. And I know that there's been a disenfranchisement progressively over the years of local councils. But I would say that local councils, I think, can do an awful lot more, notwithstanding that they do have legal constraints. There's nothing to say that they can't be doing more follow-up. And they should be checking up on developments subsequent to completion and during completion to see what's going on. And they should be asking home buyers what their experience has been. We have problems with the ecological plan because there's a retained freehold here as well. We've seen our costs escalate. So I've had to report this through to the Council Enforcement Office eventually because they're not complying with the planning permission. So to bring all that together, I think councils should be doing an awful lot more to actually check on what the experience of individuals are where they bought properties. This is a mixed development, so it's a mixture of freehold, shared ownership and affordable rent, and particularly where in essence the council is really endorsing that particular development through its association, then surely the council should be going in afterwards and checking up what the experience of home buyers has been. And I don't see that's happened at all. So I do think there's more councils can do, and I would put that at the feet of the councils to step up to the plate and do more. And we set up a residents association, which has clearly been massively important. But the final point, of course, is that we shouldn't undervalue or underestimate the human cost of this. Is that this has been nearly 2 years of my life. My wife is extremely depressed because of all this. And my reaction is well, I'm going to get really depressed, or I try and do something to fight back, which is what I've done. But this is a part-time job. I mean, I have to spend hours a week trying to just get essential things done. And, you know, when we've had the CEO refer to my issues as being in the national press and local press as being, quote, largely cosmetic or decorative, I hardly think that is reflective of a responsible CEO stepping up to the plate and accepting accountability. And that really would be, I think, my final comment.
John, thank you so much. You've become an expert in this. And I think it's good that you're speaking out, and I'll certainly be in contact with you. But thank you so much for coming and telling us what you've had to go through, what you've been through. And I hope all those issues will be solved soon. But the whole process you've told us about is very interesting. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Katie.
Paul.
Hi, Katie. Thanks ever so much for setting this up. We've talked for quite a while about the problems that we faced here as a community. I've lived here for 3 years. I have to say I'm very happy now. I'm settled, but it has been an absolutely traumatic time with Barratt's, both individually and also for us as a community. When I started thinking about this last night, the feelings in the pit of my stomach came back. It brought back the anxiety and the feelings that we went through for a period of 2 years. It's a horror story, really, both of us as a community, as individuals, and I have photos and logging evidence and video evidence of everything I'll talk about. The background is useful because we sold some land 4 years before we moved here, and we had 1 of 5 houses built. So we had experience of building relatively early before we moved here. We had a local bespoke quality builder called Banner Homes. They were fantastic, really quality, but they were taken over mid fit out by Carla, and then the quality went to pot. Carla were only interested in a quick finish. One of those neighbours was the managing director of David Wilson Homes, and I learned a lot from him. For example, when we were at our West Midlands home, we got through 3 MDs in 4 years. Here in Cambridge, we've got through 2 MDs in Cambridge in 3 years. The MDs evidently negotiate an exit contract. That's the most important bit for them. They're like footballers. They know they're going to get moved on. They don't stay very long, most of them. And so all they care about, I'm told by a former MD, is they negotiate that exit contract because it's worth a lot of money to them. Barratt really pressurised us with the sale, with various threats about losing our plot, just giving us 4 weeks to sell our own property, which we achieved. And we said that we wanted a snagger, but they tried to do everything to stop us having a snagger. The builder didn't snag well. They said it's a waste of money and all that sort of stuff. Harry, who we saw earlier, he snagged 50 odd pages for us, 120 items, but even he didn't get to the bottom of it all, inevitably in a 3-hour visit. The word on the streets by tradesmen is that the idea that Barratts look after you well for 8 weeks, and this is probably the same with most developers, because that's when you get your first NHBC letter asking you about the quality. That's what they care about. They want their 5-star ratings based on that. And the only other one you get is after 2 years. Once they've had that initial feedback from people and they've given you a close look and they've been helping you a lot, really you fall down the list is what I found. I made arrangements to have a weekly meeting at 11 o'clock with my site manager. Things didn't happen. I raised it to the construction director level. They put stumbling blocks in my way, and then to the MD, and it's only then when things eventually got done. My previous MD had said to me, you know, the most important thing is MDs don't want to hear about problems. They want to hear about successful things and they want to raise money. Now, we knew that we bought a box specifically for ourselves because we were going to upgrade it to the same quality of the house we'd built previously. And I expected that box itself to be built properly, with door frames square and in good conditions. They weren't. Floors weren't laid correctly. Windows weren't fitted correctly. The list goes on and on. We replaced electrics and plumbing ourselves. We found electrical sockets where the wiring had fused, but was reconnected. Bathroom sinks held on by scaffold boards. Plumbing that was not only connected, leading to leaks. Our water, gas and electric had been swapped with our neighbours. We found out that was the case. They would never have known. Our neighbours' solar panels weren't connected and still not have been connected. It took us 18 months to have ours connected, which was a nightmare. There was absolutely no care with installation of switches and light strips, which often held on with 1 screw and mastic. The consumer unit was incorrectly labelled. And this was all pre-COVID, with no real excuses for bad and sloppy workmanship. We still have friends here in similar positions, including our 90-year-old neighbour and others, that have been going through this problem for 3 years. The more affluent and educated ones are really pushing and trying to get to the bottom of this list. But you have to be serious and you have to push it. Now, we set up Trumpington Meadows Delivering Action Group about a year ago because of these matters and more. We felt Barratts weren't delivering for the community. Streets weren't being swept until we intervened. At least 10 dormer windows are faulty and solar panels incorrectly fitted. And we commissioned a tyres report from one of our local guys and pressurised Barratts into trying to fix this. Over 100 balcony ceilings around here are having to be repaired. Over 80 trees were failing and needed replanting. Basic maintenance wasn't happening. And the local centre is not being cared for correctly as it should be. This shouldn't happen. We shouldn't have to change these things. We've now got a digital mapping system that has got over 100 things that need fixing by Barratts. Over 18 lights weren't working as we came into the winter. 2 main lights in the local centre weren't initially collected at all with a power feed connecting to them. 1 light had been on in the development for 5 years and reported 2 or 3 times and never done it. So now we've got a group of over 80 residents of us fighting for this. We found also that some of the solar panels were facing the wrong way on some of the developments, so they couldn't possibly have worked. And also we had problems with the bike stores, which again, we don't think was fit for purpose. there's no apparent comeback to the developers and builders because no money is held back until the purchasers are content. This has to change. The south entry into Trumping Meadows hasn't yet opened, about 5 years late, and will not open until at least 2023. It's causing severe problems, but is due apparently to the contract with the developers not being tight enough. They've built the infrastructure, but the contract did not stipulate that they had to connect it as part of it. Don't get me started on empty shops. You can't build a community this way, and we need council support for this to be filled. But also, I think that local residents should have input to things such as the artworks, so we actually can decide ourselves what we want, not being forced with £140,000 worth of a pile of bricks in a local centre that some of us don't think are right. We don't think the HBC warranty is fit for purpose either. So we're gradually getting there, but I really would not want to go through this process again. But we are starting to build a great community, and that's what's made the difference, getting people together. But this shouldn't be the case that we have to fight it. We're also trying to help the BPHA residents who also we don't feel and they don't feel are being supported by BPHA themselves with their own problems and their own build quality. I think the only advantage we have here is that we're only dealing with one developer. We're only dealing with Barratt's, whereas in other parts of Trumpington, there are 2 or 3 developers, which make it even more difficult. But we've basically got residents together who are fighting their own causes, and we're now there together as a united team. We want enforcement of covenants, because at the moment, only Barratt can enforce those covenants, even though Trinity Estates, Encore and the BPHA are supposed to enforce them, but it's only Barratt's that can do it. That has to be changed. We're not asking for anything special. We just want developers and builders to deliver what they should in the first place, so that we don't have to battle as individuals. I think the main thing is that fighting as a group and setting up Trumping Meadows Delivering Action Group means that we can fight for those who don't necessarily have a voice. And although it is absolutely debilitating doing that, we are getting there. But this should not happen again.
Paul, thank you so much. I've heard a bit about your story over the last few years, but I think you described it very well, and terrible. So we'll certainly, I think the councillors involved will certainly be listening to you. Yeah. So I think we're going to go to Martin Keegan now, please. Thank you.
Hello, Martin Keegan. I'm on the board of Trumping Meadows Delivering Action Group with Paul, but unlike Paul, I'm a leaseholder rather than a freeholder, and I'm in a flat. Please bear with me. I had a knock to the head a few days ago. I was engaging in active travel and suffered a sudden modal shift from bicycle into an ambulance. So as I said, I'm a leaseholder. And I wanted to give some concrete examples of the leasehold and freehold abuses that I have either experienced directly or which I'm aware of through my role with the Southern Fringe Housing Accountability, which is dealing with the with these issues across the Southern Fringe rather than just in Trumpington Meadows. So primarily, there is a complete inability to get managing agents to respond and react to issues that arise. They are right now mowing my lawn, in fact, but those are things they do proactively and charge us for, but they won't react to things that we report. So we've not been able to get parking enforcement done, except on a basis which would have violated their obligations under our leases. There have been problems with lighting, with mold, electrical problems, including in connection with the secure entry systems. We discovered that the insurance paperwork, which Martin Boyd was referring to, was not in order. And one of the flats was not covered by the insurance according to the paperwork. I made a formal complaint about the lack of reaction to my messages and emails, and in the response to that formal complaint, which was completely inadequate, I received a copy of an email which they denied having received. So their record keeping internally appears to be chaotic as well. There have been also problems with some of the infrastructure that was installed and having to be reinstalled, such as a tree that's outside my flat has apparently been replanted 3 or 4 times. As a result, allegedly, of having been improperly installed or cared for. And the problem is that having an unaccountable managing agent incentivizes, as far as I can see, poor quality installation and builds at the outset, because the remediation can be financed via the unaccountable service charges. So what the root of this unaccountability is the lack of ability on the part of residents, leaseholders and freeholders, to appoint a new managing agent. And the reason for that is that the legislation and the court decisions about it are inadequate. There is formally a right to appoint new managers if you're a block of flats, but that cannot be exercised in practice if that block of flats shares infrastructure with a broader estate. Similarly, if you're in Paul's position and you're a freeholder or fleasehold, as Mr. Boyd refers to it, and you have a managing agent embedded in your covenants, you don't have any rights at all to inspect service accounts or to appoint a new manager. And so the results of that situation is that you inherently must pay a premium, which is the amount above what you'd pay because you can't choose a different agent. So this lack of accountability causes all sorts of problems of the types that we've heard. And what effectively is going on here is the creation of a new layer of government. The government of this estate is not, a local government in the sense that you councillors would understand it. It's effectively a new type of government which combines the worst features of public and private sector. It's exempt from competition laws, exempt from consumer protection, like the public sector, but it's also exempt from elections, the right of participation, transparency, and freedom of information, like the private sector. It leads to utter misery on the part of residents. It should be banned both by Parliament and any planning conditions that you can impose on future developments should prevent any kind of situation where residents cannot appoint their own managing agents for any reason whatsoever. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. I mean, talking to you you brought so many issues about leasehold and freehold abuses to my attention. So it's a very complex issue, but we are learning. We've got, thank you very much. I'm hoping Daniel Zeitner will be here soon, but would any councillors like to come in at this point to make comments or ask questions of the Sam, you've joined us. Do you want to say something?
Yeah, so I'm very struck by how articulate and knowledgeable and confident all of the speakers in this section have been, and I know that those are necessary qualities to getting anywhere with this. And I really, feel for the comments about how much of a personal toll that it's taken, but I do thank you on behalf of the wider community for putting the effort and the hours in, and also endeavouring to help the people who do not have those same qualities of confidence or expertise to get progress on this. One of the things that you said that really resonates with stuff I've been thinking about is how this multi-tiered structure just provides so much wriggle room and so many hiding places for people to not do the things they're supposed to be doing, because everything is always somebody else's problem and always somebody else's responsibility. And it goes all the way down. So, a tiny example, but one that really shocked me with the sort of temerity of it was a developer whose estate management company cut the grass and then thought it was okay to just dump the grass clippings on the footpath on the boundary of the development, and seemed utterly shocked that anyone should push back on that, and said that that was completely fine, and they'd been told that was completely fine, and it wasn't in their contract to take the clippings away. How can anyone at any tier in this structure think that that kind of attitude is acceptable? So there is something fundamentally rotten in an industry that gives people the impression that they can retain their contracts when they behave like that. I thought the mention of housing associations being no better than anybody else in this is interesting. I'm working with a family at the moment who are in a shared ownership property with a housing association and want to complete the purchase, and the housing association are being utterly obstructive in agreeing valuations. This family are now, I think, on their 4th time of having to get a valuation to try and complete this transaction, just because the housing association is moving so slowly and being so unhelpful. I think the idea of proper post-occupancy surveys by the council is a great one. And I hear what you say about the sort of collective efficacy effect of you all having to come together and group with your neighbours to try and make progress. I think it's tremendously sad that you're having to expend all that time and effort in order to fight negative things rather than coming together as a community to celebrate the positive aspects of creating a new place together. And that alone ought to spur us all on to try and do better in future. So thank you very much for everything you've told us.
Thank you, Sam. I think we've got Daniel Zeitner. I just would like to tell everybody that the other MPs were invited, but unfortunately they have very busy lives and couldn't attend, but I'm very grateful for Daniel agreeing to come and give his view on what's happening in Westminster. Welcome, Daniel.
Well, thank you very much, Katie, and thank you to everybody else also for being involved in this. Sorry I wasn't able to join you earlier and hear some of the points. I came in just as Sam was saying, everything always seems to be somebody else's fault. And I think those are almost the exact words I used in the debate this week on the building safety bill. I know there are people on this call who are more expert on the detail on this than I am. But what I would say is that I've had so many representations, particularly from people in Trumpington over the last few years, but not just Trumpington. And it's not just about the fire safety issues. This is a rottenness, I'm afraid, which seems to have seeped into the entire development sector. And I was in Trumpington a couple of weeks ago looking at stuff that had been left unfinished, the skate park, all the kind of stuff which I suspect you've already talked about and already know about. And the bit I particularly picked up in the debate on Wednesday, and I'm sure you'll all be aware that there was the second reading of the fire safety bill from the government on Wednesday, was a point that the LGA made about building control. I was a councillor many years ago, sat on planning committees like a number of you do, and I suppose I've watched with dismay over the years as what I thought actually was quite a good system in the past. Always been problems. Of course, local authorities always under-resourced. I get all that, but to end up with a situation where effectively all of that has been outsourced and appears to be controlled by the same sort of side of the sector as the people doing the building was always going to be a recipe for failure, it seemed to me. And sadly, the proposals that are before us in Parliament at the moment, there are some improvements, and certainly it was done in a rather odd way, I have to say. There was a ministerial statement alongside the debate, which seemed to suggest that the EWS1 forms for less than 18 metres are now going to be not needed, although quite how that's going to work in terms of the insurance companies and the mortgage lenders still remains to be seen. But if that is what happens, I think we'll all be much relieved. But going back to the building control point, I just despair when we've got a system like that. NHBC in my experience, has been useless when I've been pursuing constituents' complaints, not just Trumpington. I was probably on safer naming developers in the House of Commons than I am outside, but you'll all know who some of these developers are. So I've seen some dreadful examples in other parts of the city too. £1 million plus homes literally taken apart and having to be rebuilt. And when you look at some of the stuff that was revealed, things, literally joists not connected, pipes not connected, often beautiful homes in terms of the design, but appalling practice. Now, I think we know why some of that happened. It was during the building boom, endless outsourcing, people under pressure, which I understand, I get that, but we just cannot allow that to go on. Of course, we've now ended up in this awful situation where so many people are stuck, can't sell, can't move. And I've had, there's a number of people on this call who have been on calls that I've organised over the last year or two. In the end, it is going to need intervention from government, and councils can try really hard, but it's going to need government to sort this out. So I'm hoping, Katie, that because there is cross-party anger on this. I mean, Labour's obviously furious, and Lucy Powell, who leads for us on housing, has come up with, I think, some quite good proposals based on experience in Australia, where because this is not just in the UK where we've had these problems, where in effect you set up a task force which really takes it on almost state by state, building by building, and sorts it out. So that's our proposal. I'm sure there'll be people who will be able to pick holes in that as well. But I think there was widespread feeling across the House on Wednesday that this latest iteration still isn't enough. It's a step forward, but it still isn't going to solve the problem in many ways. Possibly looking forward, the new Homes Ombudsman, I mean, I've been calling for that in debates for years now. This has been going on, running and running and running. That may help, but I don't think it's going to do anything for people who've got the problems now. And that, I think, is one of the difficulties. And there is, in the end, a big question to be answered here: is who pays for all this? Because it's a big bill. I mean, some people talk about as much as 15 billion. And I don't think it should fall on leaseholders. I don't think it should fall on those who are innocent in this. But equally, there's a big question to me as to whether it should fall on the wider taxpayer when there are many other calls on taxpayers' money. The people who really should be paying this are the people who made the profits in the first place. Of course, a lot of them have gone, up and gone. And in fact, I have got to make this point. I generally use the Sunday Times to give me a little bit of distance. It's the Sunday Times who've been pointing out the unhealthily close relationship between the governing party and the development industry and the political donations that are associated. So this is a really, I mean, I described it in the House on Wednesday as, we used to think other countries had corruption problems. To me, this is a corrupt, broken system. Trying to undo it is going to be really hard, but we need to, because so many innocent people have been caught through absolutely no fault of their own. And we've got to make sure that we don't repeat these mistakes in future. So MPs are working on it, but in the end, it will be down to the government because they've got the majority and they will determine the outcome of this at the moment. Rebellions against the government tend to fizzle out. When you've got a majority of 80, you may be able to get 20, 30 people, hard to get all the way, but we'll do our best. But I think what local people can do is keep giving people like me the examples, and I'm grateful to people. People don't always want to have their personal stories highlighted, and I quite understand that. But where people can, it really does help, because it brings these what are sometimes quite dry issues very much to life. So those are my slightly unconnected reflections, Katie, because I'm not entirely sure how the discussion's been structured so far, but very happy to hear people's observations and comments. And as I said in the comments, I'm just so furious about all this because I can see the harm that it's caused.
Have we just lost Katie?
I think we might have just lost Katie.
I think Heather Williams is now the host.
Right. Well, in which case, I can either continue busking it until Katie returns, or I can hand over to someone else.
She's back.
She's back. Hello, Katie. You're back. You're muted though.
Can't hear you.
We've got such a great group here. You can continue without me.
But back to you, Katie.
So I would like to thank you very much. I wondered, would any of the councillors like to come in and make comments or ask questions? No. Tumi, would you like to say anything?
I was just unmuted. Thank you, Daniel, for your reflections. I mean, having heard the stories told by the personal stories told by those who've been able to share with us, I do feel for them. I have endured some of that before, but I'm also very aware of John Gaskell's case. And I mean, he and I had communicated on this issue before, especially because a housing association was involved. And I hear him regarding, the quality of the build, but it's not right, I don't think, to say that because a council has a relationship with a housing association that we endorse everything that they do. They're a separate organization. Our powers of what we can or cannot do in relation to, the houses that they build is limited. And I've been sitting here racking my brain as to what else councils can do to help. But bearing in mind, the building control industry has been deregulated. But we have an award-winning building control service, right? A joint service here. And they're great. But when you have developers who go elsewhere, it's difficult to then control that. So in my view, I think we need to sort of perhaps revisit this issue of who signs off, new build houses. There's got to be some control. And Daniel, I mean, that will be my request to you, in that we can't control the quality of the build unless the build is for us as a council. And yes, we do instruct builders to build for us. We can't control what goes into the market. So it will have to be legislation that comes in to enable us have those powers. We need powers to be able to enforce it. We have been hammered on the numbers that we deliver. It's only now that this government is going to talk about quality, about building beautiful, or whatever they call it. But the quality of what we deliver also is important. So I will leave that with you and say, please, we need the powers to be able to deal effectively with developers.
Thank you, Tumi. I think maybe Heather, would you like to come in now?
Thank you. My hand didn't get forgotten this time, Katie. Thank you. So I think my sort of reflections and one question perhaps is that much like we were talking this morning, I think it is, we are in the afternoon now, about the importance of the blame culture not taking over, and the importance of everybody working together and being as cross-party as possible. I think really needs to move through with this, as well as the other issues that we've spoken about. And when it comes to housing associations, I do have mixed experience, and I'm sure other councillors have as well, that some housing associations I could not say have put a foot wrong, very effective, do things straight away. And then we have others that are very problematic. So I think there are patterns of behaviour and issues that we can recognise, and as a council, we do have a responsibility to distance ourselves and not have a working relationship if we are aware of housing associations that are not helping their residents. When it comes to other things, and I've got a slight question for Daniel, if I may, Katie, in that what I was saying earlier, I completely agreed with you about the the price not being really required. The people that live in these buildings that need refurbishment completely should not be the ones that have to foot the bill, 100%. And but I do sympathise as well with what you're saying is that the taxpayer. I think the government should step in for the short term, but ultimately it should be seeking to claw back from those people, which I think is what you were sort of referring to. But Westminster more than us. We've spoken about the need for more cross-party and to push this over the line, and that normally requires for appreciation on both sides. Is that something that you do proactively look to do? Because I know otherwise it can come a bit tit for tat, and so and so said this, so and so took money from them, they took money from developers, and so did they. Because let's face it, I think every party has at some point. It's how do you think that gets managed in making sure that those party political points, as it were, don't overtake the need and the immediate need for this to actually progress as jointly as possible?
Let me try and answer that diplomatically. I think backbenchers across the House want to find a solution. I think this is an unusual government, frankly, and I think that creates a problem. So I'd like to be as optimistic as you are that it can be done cross-party, but in the end, he's going to require. I mean, this government's got a big majority, so it really has got to be sorted out there. And I know Robert Jenrick quite well, and I don't personally think that some of the public sort of stereotyping of Robert is entirely fair. He's a political opponent of mine, but I think he probably wants to sort this out too. I think whoever was doing it would face the same problem, which is that, and referring back to Sam's point earlier about this sort of long chains of, I was going to say, irresponsibility. So many of these people are gone. Well, they haven't necessarily gone, but the structures they were part of have disappeared. So trying to track it back to the people who really made a killing out of this kind of stuff is really, really hard. And so part of the answer has been looking possibly not entirely fairly, but to try and capture some of the value from future developments. I mean, in a way, that's just penalising the young generation yet again, which I think is a big problem in general. But in the end, this is a societal problem. Who is going to pay for those mistakes of the past? Probably in the end, it is going to be everybody to some extent. But that, there is no simple solution to that, I'm afraid. So sorry, that's not really a very hopeful or helpful answer. But these are big sums of money, and I suppose all I would say is, if you're talking about £15 billion, you could build an awful lot of council homes with £15 billion, and there's an awful lot of people who need decent, affordable, high-quality accommodation in this country. And I'm not entirely sure I want all that 15 billion to be spent on compensating another sector of society when there's a equally deserving, and in my case, I would argue, more deserving in some cases, set of people who have been completely left out of the debate. So it's hard. In the end, political choices.
Yes, very hard. Like to, Katie Porra, would you like to come in? Welcome.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, it's so, well, depressing really hearing the resident stories, because people are so powerless. There's no proper ombudsman. You're not getting responses, and it doesn't feel like justice. As I think one of the speakers said earlier, you get more protection when you buy a toaster than you do when you sink most of your worldly goods and a massive mortgage into a house. And I mean, it worries me as well with these new zoning plans that this is not going to get better. And nor is the lack of, I think the first speaker was talking about the lack of skilled tradespeople. That's not going to improve at the moment. We know we've lost a lot through Brexit already. So I suppose anything Daniel and colleagues can do to get this up the national agenda. I mean, I agree with you. I think it is cross-party concerns. You can see that obviously in recent by-elections, Chesham and Amersham, things like planning and these kind of lack of democratic accountability. But also I think after things are built, people are understanding that it's frustrating, because often now it's people's children who are experiencing that, which I think is pushing up the political agenda, but obviously not far enough. And I've been following issues with doubling ground rents and things for quite a few years. It's had quite a lot of coverage in various papers, and it's just wrong. So I can't put it any more succinctly than that. So I think anything we can do, but as Tumi said, it needs national pressure as well. Councils can do so much, but not having the building control where we can go in and check, and as pointed out earlier, so many builders are for some reason having houses signed off that perhaps wouldn't go through our building control. So yeah, anything we can do nationally to push that, I think cross-party would be very, very welcome. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Katie. Sam, are you still on here? Do you want to come in at all?
No, I think I've said my piece, actually. It is tremendously depressing, both for obviously for the individuals caught up in the middle of it, but I think also as someone who has got involved in politics in order to make a difference, to feel like your hands are more or less completely tied is really very, disillusioning. So very motivated to try to find a way of tackling it.
Katie, could I try and inject a slight note of optimism, because I wouldn't want people to think that this is the only way it can be, that there's nothing that can be done. Things will change. Politics is like that. Governments will change, and what we've got to learn from all this is, I hope that everybody right across the political spectrum can learn that deregulation may have its place sometimes, but there's also a reason for having rules and structures. And annoying though they can be, and that we all find them annoying, actually I think because I'm quite prepared to admit this. In my view, the last Labour government was too tempted by deregulation as well. I have to say, under pressure from many people who told us that's what needed to be done. I think what we've learned from all this is that, unfortunately, if you don't have proper rules and structures, and local council, and I still think local councils are trusted by the populace, and I don't think they have to be. I don't think the only criteria is can you do it cheapest and in the most efficient way. I think there's another set of values which are important. I think re-establishing that broad consensus that there is a reason for having rules and making sure they're enforced, because that's the other thing I would say. Parliament's very good at passing law, dreadful at then making sure that the resources to make sure that they're abided by, which can then all too quickly lead to a situation whereby the only people who do abide by it are law-abiding people, and people are taken for a ride. So it's got to be follow through from passing the legislation. But even this week, with this not very satisfactory debate on this, I do detect that there is some progress. So I think what the effort has got to go into now is trying to undo this very complicated regulatory tangle, whereby you've got things like the RICS advice, you've got the EWS1 forms, you've got the insurance, you've got this sort of massive growth industry of assessors, and the insurance companies and the mortgage lenders. Actually, I think one can discern there is a real effort going in to try and undo some of that stuff, and that should begin to unlock some of it. That's the optimist in me. That's what parliamentarians can support and help. It does need leadership from government. I genuinely think they probably want to find a way out. Why wouldn't you? Because clearly this is not doing the government any good at the moment. So let's try and find, and if we could, if there are examples where one can see that there's a particular problem with a particular mortgage lender or a particular estate manager still kind of hiding behind to some extent, although I think some of them have tried quite hard, hiding behind these excuses that they've got to do it because. Let's highlight that. I'll do whatever I can. Please pass me examples. I'll keep passing them on, and hopefully we can begin to find a way out of this horrible maze. Because it started with Grenfell, but it's now led to all these other things unforeseen, which are and obviously the safety stuff's got to be dealt with. It's all the other things that followed which have made it so complicated and difficult. So let's find a solution.
Yes, I do find that some examples like Paul Colbert has formed an action group. And I think Alex Dickin from Ipswich CAG was explaining the advantages of collective voice. I think as a local councillor, rather than being contacted many times by individuals, I think a group voice does help me. But I also know, Daniel, that sometimes there's so little that any ward councillor can do. We're trying that the groups then go to you. And I sometimes feel that we could do more so to assist residents before they go to you. And I do wonder whether the insurance industry and what's happening with that, and that may actually help change things as well, because there could be a point where some of the developers, the consultants, those in the industry may not be able to get insurance for new projects going on because of what's recognised with the current problems within the industry, and that might change it. So, Martin, would you like to make a comment or ask something?
I do have an ask, yes, and it is something which councillors may be able to act on rather than Parliament, and that is that there are divided opinions on this amongst lawyers and councillors and others, but it may be possible for councillors to use planning conditions to ban fleasehold and to ban the estate management practices where leaseholders do not have the right to manage despite its presence in legislation. And so I would ask you all, please consider using planning conditions to forbid any estate where freeholders and leaseholders do not, within 2 or 3 years, have the ability to appoint new managing agents. That's something I think that is arguably within the powers of the planning authority, and it doesn't do anything about build quality, but it may help us constrain the growth of the problems with managing agents. And you may be able to use Grampian conditions to get it retrospectively changed for nearby places. I see some people shaking their heads, but I've heard both sides of this argument, and I'm not persuaded that it is impossible.
Martin, thank you. I know we get asked about other, trying to use planning conditions for many things. I think if it, Tumi now, we'll look into it. Well, I'll look into it again. I'll talk to Tumi and we'll see if that's something. Because the other thing is, the suggestion about post-occupancy inspections, I would really like that to be part of the planning condition, because a home is not the bricks and mortars; it's the success of the space as a home. To me, and then maybe Daniel would like to wrap up this session.
I mean, I have asked, about conditions being used for a number of things, including, stuff like that. And I mean, I don't like this private roads that is tending to be built nowadays. And I did ask the question at the time, I've got one in my village that's giving me a lot of problems. Any new developments, please don't build private roads. But that's what seems to be accepted now. We can't use a planning condition to prevent it. That's the issue. We can't at this point in time. But there's no, we can look at what is possible to do. But I must say this, there's only so much that the planning department can do. We're already struggling with what we are supposed to do now. And there's going to have to be resourcing. I mean, this is a nationwide problem. Daniel, I'm sure you're aware of that. There's a nationwide problem with finding qualified planners. There's a dearth of planners in the country. We have to revise that if we're going to make a stride in dealing with the proposal in the white paper that we had last year, but they're now talking about now. All the things that they want planning departments to do will need to be resourced, and right now we are under-resourced. So that's going to be an issue. But we are, we're happy to look at what we can do, as long as we will be able to do it and not just take it on and then do it badly. I wouldn't want to do that.
Thank you, Tumi.
Well, thanks, Katie. I mean, I think all the points have been very well made this morning. I mean, this is not a simple set of issues, it has to be said. I'd like to be to continue being optimistic and say that the planning legislation that's being brought forward might address some of these things. Like many people, I was not enthused by the planning white paper last year. I think some real risks attached to it. I think it's fair to say that there was quite a backlash from within the governing party's own backbenches. And I think they would be sensible to be thinking about that. No one's saying the planning system is perfect, but I still believe passionately that our environment and our living space and our quality of life is improved by a plan-led system. And within that, there's lots of rooms for tweaking and improvement. But actually, Tumi's point about you've got to have the planners to do it, and you've got to have local authorities with the resources to do it, he's absolutely right. So yeah, well, thank you, all of you. You've given me, as ever, lots more to go away and think about. Lots more problems, a few hints of solutions. None of this is easy, but I suppose my parting thought would be very much still with the people who are stuck with the problem at the moment. And I think we've got a real obligation as representatives to try and find ways of helping them with that. Because I was talking to people last week in Trumpington who are doctors who are struggling with the crisis in the NHS. The last thing they need when they come off shift is to come back and having to be joining calls like this to sort out a problem that they never envisaged walking into when they bought what a lot of them thought was a dream home. So we've got to do better. And I shall take your reflections back to Parliament. It's very good to see somebody I've not properly met. And it's been a very difficult year. I hope I have the opportunity to meet you. Well, sometimes it's been more than a few years, isn't it? In the flesh sometime. And thank you for all that you do. And thank you for the constructive tone.
Thank you very much. We're going to have a half an hour break. We've been here all morning, and I so appreciate the councillors and the experts and the residents. Thank you so much. So if we just turn our screens off, and we're going to have building control and the fire department talking to us, and we can ask questions from 1:30. So see you back here at 1:30. Thank you. Hi, Heather. We'll just give it one more minute and then perhaps you could start. I'm looking forward to hearing what you've got to say.
Thank you. It's been very interesting this morning, so that's good.
Yeah.
Hi, Heather.
Hi, Tumi.
I think we could make a start now if you're ready, Heather.
Absolutely, yeah. Okay, so thank you for inviting me today, Katie. That's really great of you. Just a little bit about myself so everybody knows who I am. I'm the strategic lead for 3C Shared Services Building Control. I'm a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Building, the Chartered Association of Building Engineers, and I'm also an associate of the Institute of Fire Engineering. I am also a non-executive board director for our member organisation, Local Authority Building Control, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a short while. So we're a council partnership of 3 councils, so that's Cambridge City, South Cambridgeshire District Council and Huntingdonshire District Council. We've been in operation since 2015. We have a team of around 35 technical support officers and surveyors. Very professional, highly experienced and greatly valued by service users. We operate on continual feedback on our service provision. So for every project that we deal with, on completion, we would ask for feedback from homeowners so that we know how we've done. We have a reputation of an award-winning team that often goes the extra mile. And we are currently waiting results of finalists and the IESE awards for efficiency and effectiveness, which we'll know in September whether we've won bronze, silver or gold. So that's really good news. Just a little bit to say that the team at 3C BC also include street naming and numbering and construction site monitoring, which is another really important area. Just a little bit more on Local Authority Building Control, the member organisation. So the member organisation is for local authorities. It's not the staff who work in building control, it's the local authorities themselves. It was established in England and Wales with assistance from the LGA, and that came about when in competition was introduced, and I'll talk about our competition in a little while. So it brings together all the building control teams across the country, England and Wales. Although Wales has devolved regulations, there's 320 plus authorities, and that's 3,700 building control professionals. We provide national guidance and consistency, technical training and policy guidance, and we are the industry voice for public service building control. It does exclude Scotland and Ireland, although we are in discussions with them. Interestingly, Scotland has a different system, which is based on warrants for buildings, and they don't have competition similar to us. Okay, so what does local authority building control mean? Our main functions are public safety, consumer protection, safety at sports ground, and enforcement. We act on dangerous structures, so we're available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and we advise the fire and rescue service on safe entry in buildings that are unfortunately have issues with them. We make buildings safe, and we also deal with demolitions. We also control disabled adaptations, and that has to come to local authority building control. And we process notifications. So I think someone mentioned earlier about plumbers signing off their own work. You also get electrical companies that do the same, and they can use what's known as a competent person scheme. But as part of that, they are required to notify the local authority, and we are required to keep a register. And that also goes for initial notices, and I'll talk a little bit more about them in a short while. We do a lot of what we call non-compliance interventions. So as we plan check, we are always checking for compliance with the regulations. And if we find something that is not non-compliant, then we will speak to the agents, and that's termed as a non-compliance intervention. We also do that whilst we're on site. So during the build process, we will undertake inspections and we will check and see whether it demonstrates compliance. And if not, we raise it and then we move forward with a solution. Some study was, some figures for you for that. A study was done by the University of Wolverhampton in 2017, and the economic value of public service building control interventions is estimated at 1.85 billion per annum. So that's not an inconsiderable amount of money. Okay. So is there only local authority building control? No, I think we have talked about that. Legislation by government allows consumer choice for the provision of building control. So what does that mean? It means you can either use your local council or you can use an approved inspector, and it's your choice. Our role is to check the building regulations as far as reasonable are being complied with. And the person carrying out the work, usually the building owner, has to make an application to either the local authority or an approved inspector to engage the building control service. Approved inspectors are companies that can provide an alternative to obtaining building regulations approval from us, from the local authority. They also help developers, designers, contractors to achieve compliance. There are almost 100 operating throughout England and Wales, but every project has to be notified to the local authority, and we again have to maintain a register, and that's what's known as an initial notice. An approved inspector needs your written authorization to submit an application, or in the case of volume housing, that should be through the builder or developer. So they need permission to act as the building control body on the project. Once formally appointed, then they notify us, and unfortunately we have no further involvement in those cases. You cannot commence your work on a project until the initial notice has been accepted or until 5 working days has passed. Okay, so the duty, what do we do? So we provide an independent third-party assessment of building regulations compliance. As I talked about, we check plans. So there are 2 routes. You can submit an application with plans and we will check them for compliance and give feedback. Or you can do a building notice, which is a notification. We also undertake site inspections, and that's a really valuable point of the service. So if you are appointing building control, you do need to make sure that you are aware of the number of site inspections that will be undertaken for you on your project. There are more than one way of achieving compliance. It's not a guarantee. We don't guarantee work, and we're not a clerk of works. We're not on site all of the time. I think someone mentioned earlier that they operate as a clerk of works, and I do think that role is coming back into the industry now, and indeed we are hoping to offer that ourselves. So you will be able to obtain clerk of works from 3C Building Control. The owner and occupier of the property or building is ultimately responsible for complying with the relevant regulations. Quite often people forget that. At the end of the day, the compliance is down to the owner and occupier. And they also need to make sure they have any other necessary statutory permissions. Planning was mentioned earlier. So the regulations themselves are very brief. They just detail the requirement for compliance, but they're supported by various documents called approved documents, British standards, and various other periodicals as well. The issue with guidance is that it is open to interpretation, and there is more than one way of demonstrating compliance, as I mentioned earlier. In 2017, following Grenfell, there was an independent review of building regulations. And some of the comments that Dame Judith Hackett, who was appointed to undertake the review, said was the ability for duty holders to choose their own regulator must stop, and regulators must be able to enforce as regulators. And that's something that we'll talk about in a little while. Industry practices will force a change on duty holders. So duty holders will have to go through 3 gateways, and we are now seeing that come into practice. So from August 2021, Gateway 1 will come into force, which requires a fire safety statement to be submitted at planning submission stage, and they will, as part of that, the applicant will have to address issues with fire safety. The insurers as well to the construction industry are forcing developers and contractors to work differently. There is some unintended consequences of that, and we will talk about that in a short while as well. And another thing that was raised, which is really valid and important, was the competence, experience and capability, and the requirement for that to be explicit across the industry. I think that brings me to the external wall system forms. I think that's been raised earlier as well. This was brought in November 2019, and it was intended to reassure mortgage lenders that buildings over 80 metres were safe. So it was a system to assess the buildings. And then in January 20, further advice notes were introduced, but that resulted in mortgage lenders beginning to insist on them for buildings under 18 metres as well. So there was an unintended consequence of that. So new guidelines came out in November in relation to the use of external wall systems forms, EWS1 forms, along with some funding, so that the RICS had funding to train 2,000 new assessors. One of the problems that the industry had was that there wasn't enough qualified assessors, and therefore people were having to wait for their buildings to be assessed. And the other issue we had was with insurance. So we asked if we could become assessors. Local authority building control are able to complete the forms, but unfortunately the insurance industry would not support that. And there's now a central portal for the forms as well, and that's at the buildingsafetyportal.co.uk. So you have the ability to search by postcode. You can view and download the form free of charge. We did hear of instances where people were being asked to pay for copies of the forms, or were not able to access them, but the government recognised that and changed it. So we do have now an open central portal where you can access your forms. And I think again was mentioned was that the Housing Secretary, Robert Jenrick, has said that there will be exemptions from leaseholders on low to medium blocks for the requirement, and that's following new safety advice from fire safety experts, but we need to see what happens and how that comes about. Okay, so what are local authority building control doing to help? So nationally, we are members of the post-Grenfell expert panels. We're members of the working groups established as part of Dame Judith Hackett's review of the building regulations and fire safety. We're members of the Joint Regulators Group, expert group advising government on the implementation of building a safer future. And we work with organisations such as the LGA, the Local Government Association. So the regulators group is made up of LABC, National Fire Chiefs Council, LGA, and the Health and Safety, HSE. So what are we doing locally? We've established accredited qualifications for building control in levels 4, 5 and 6. It qualifies for the apprentice levy funding. So this is to help with the recruitment challenge and to ensure that people are competent. Where resourcing competence is shared between local authorities within regions. We are undertaking team reviews to make sure that building control teams are fit. And we have a national quality management system which is accredited and externally audited. Again, I think reference was made earlier to the Building Safety Bill and where we are now. So we're still going through ongoing changes to legislation and guidance. So approved document B is changing and regulation 7. The draft Building Safety Bill was published in 2020 and the pre-legislative scrutiny of that was response was published in November 2020. So the first reading of the Building Safety Bill was published on the 1st of July 2021. Second reading was on the 21st of July 2021. So we're still going through and assessing that to see the implications it will have on our profession. Part 3 is all about the Building Act and the changes that will come in. It will take, we anticipate, around 2 years to implement, because there's a lot of secondary legislation that's now required. The important part of this is the registration of the profession. So building control bodies will only be able to carry out certain functions if you have a registered building control surveyor. The registration of building control will be at all levels. To do plan checks and site inspection, you will need to be registered, and all will have to be approved by the building control regulator. So the building safety regulator is the HSE. So, so there's a change to the regime moving forward, and will hopefully address any concerns people have with competency. Other changes from the original draft bill was the definition of higher risk buildings. So the bill now makes it clear what the definition is of the high-rise residential buildings. So it's buildings that are at least 18 metres in height or have at least 7 stories and have at least 2 residential units. And care homes and hospitals are also included. I think the important point here is what was mentioned earlier was about a 2-tier system. We don't want a 2-tier system. You know, we want all buildings to be safe. There is going to be introduction of a new levy, which will target developers. When they're seeking building control approval. There, as I've mentioned, there'll be a registered building inspector, so we will have to be registered, which will show our competency, and there'll be a registration and certification for a new register of higher risk buildings, so that we know where all those buildings are. This amends the Building Act for England, and obviously, as I said, will take probably around 2 years to come into full being. So yeah, plan for transition. So we will be transitioning over the next 2 years. Planning Gateway 1 is the first part of that, with the new requirement from August. The proposed legislation enables the building safety regulator, so that's the health and safety, to call on the advice and support of local authorities and fire and rescue service when taking decisions on in-scope buildings. Effectively, these will be in what's known as a multidisciplinary team approach. So we will be working together to make sure that the buildings are as safe as possible moving forward. So I just want to touch briefly on competence. We've talked about the work that LABC are doing on competence. Competence is not just about knowledge and skills, it's about behaviours and experience, what experience you have in working on high-rise, etc. And it needs to be validated by an independent certification body. Okay, I just mentioned the New Homes Ombudsman. Again, that was mentioned this morning. So a lot of the things I've got in my presentation have been mentioned, which is great. We talked, so currently quality construction in homes is supported through a consumer code for house builders and other codes of practice. The new arrangements will hopefully introduce a new single new homes code and a new home ombudsman. All builders and developers of new homes will be required to sign up. Home buyers will have the right to complain to the ombudsman, and the intention is to have that in place later this year, although we have heard this for quite a while. So I think if you've got issues, there are other avenues you might try with trade-in standards. But the first thing you need to do is make sure you follow any kind of complete procedure of the builders and developers, and then move through. But the idea is the new home ombudsman will have statutory powers, and that may include issuing fine and deregistering developers. So that would be helpful. So 3CBC, what are we doing? So we have got a quality management system, which is ISO 9001:2015. That's for our standards and the way that we operate. We are looking at competence of the team. We have 5 apprentices in our team of 35 at various stages. And we have 2 more starting us in September, and they will also go through the apprentice scheme. We've introduced virtual weekly technical meetings with the Fire and Rescue Service. We've got Wayne joining us soon, and that's been really positive. We talk about technical issues across all of the 3 councils that we operate in, and that's now been expanded, and we include colleagues from planning. So once a month we meet with colleagues from planning as well, and the idea is that we start those conversations at the earliest point of the process. We're planning a series of virtual webinars for autumn 21 for householders and communities to learn more about building control and what they need to know and some of the pitfalls. And we're also doing building control awareness sessions. So we have developed a program of 15 sessions. We started that this year as a trial, and we went from 5 to, I think that at the end there was 46 attendees on those sessions, which were just an hour a week, but again to raise awareness. So we're going to develop that for developers or agents or anybody who's interested in the construction industry.
Heather,
sorry,
I think can I ask you to wrap up, because I'd like the panel to be able to ask questions, if that's okay.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So I've got just a couple more points. So thermal, we've got a thermal imaging camera. So we have a scheme where we're going to address the performance gap, but we're very conscious that we also need to not forget energy in all of this and our aspirations. We're looking at a GIS system that will provide public access with data. So you will be able to click on your own property and get all of the data that we hold in building control. So and the Fire and Rescue Service are going to be part of that as well. And we have a joint campaign with the Fire and Rescue Service on sprinklers, and Wayne's going to talk about that. So I think that's it. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, Katie.
Brilliant. The description of all the many things you do. Tumi, would you like to come in, and then afterwards Heather, Katie and Sam?
I mean, I'm familiar with the work that Heather's team does, and I must congratulate them on, continuing to carry out some really good work. I just wish that all the developers would use them so that we can have the quality buildings, really, frankly. But let me leave the floor to, to those who perhaps have questions that they would like to ask.
Heather Williams or Sam? Yeah, hi, Heather.
Hi, yeah. No, I mean, obviously those of us that sit in the council are very familiar with 3C, and as Tumi says, you are award winning, and it would be great to see more people using you. I did wonder whether we've had a bit of a discussion earlier on about sort of deregulation and regularisation. Just if you've got any thoughts on that, of what you think would be the right way forward. Is that something that you think would be, is it necessary to create regulation in your view? Obviously everybody's got their own personal opinions.
So my personal opinion is that I think competition brought some good points, because it does make us much more customer focused, and aware of listening to people. So I think that's a really positive point of competition. I think for further discussions about whether it's right or wrong to still have a local authority and private companies, I think that there's differences. And the differences are effectively we don't make a profit. Obviously, we're a local authority department, so therefore we work within the legislation that we we have to operate within, which means we don't make a profit. We are very transparent in what we do. So we're very transparent in the number of inspections that we undertake and the advice that you can get from us. We also try as much as possible to advise people at the earliest opportunity of what we can and can't do, because that's very difficult. I think there was a little bit of a misunderstanding of what the building control role is. But I think there's opportunities there to look at maybe the clerk of works. I think it's a difficult one to talk about deregulation and regulation because, you know, in an ideal world, you would have regulation. But I understand, you know, that sometimes that can have more constraint and more financial burden. So it's a difficult one to answer. Hope that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam, do you want to come in, or Katie Porra?
Hi, I'm not sure if Sam's, I don't want to jump ahead of Sam, but I'll happily quickly say, yeah, I mean, I think it's good to hear that there is some change coming, Heather. That's welcome. And obviously, we're very happy to have your team on board. I mean, it's always tempting to think we could do some kind of not quite preferred supplier, but a list of surveyors that we work with that we're happy with. But I'm guessing, again, there are implications for that in terms of us condoning something that, you know, without having to have a new set of regulations to guide that. Yeah, it is this issue really for me about if firms can employ their own person. If there's no proper regulation, it's really difficult to be happy that, particularly on the big sites, things are being signed off properly. So it's good to know we've got you offering the service. And I suppose one of the things we could look at as well as how we potentially promote that. As you say, it's not profit making, you know, it goes back into the council, it goes to fund things for residents. So yes, no, it's really, really interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Katie.
Heather, can I just ask, why do you think people choose to go with other suppliers of this service? But if you're non-profit making, then presumably you're extremely price competitive.
Yeah.
So as a cynical view would be that they go elsewhere because they think they'll get an easier ride. But I don't know if my cynicism is misplaced on this occasion or not. What's your sense about why people go elsewhere?
I think sometimes people are unaware, so they may not have known that the decision to use a private company rather than a local authority has been made. Sometimes that's, you know, maybe done by a particular contractor and the house owner themselves are not aware. So we do try and sort of educate people about the choice, because there is still a choice, you know, that's the idea. Government brought that choice in. And then I think there are some that definitely use us. So we will get around 40% because we are a local authority and they know that we're independent. So they will come to us anyway. And I think there is something about, I think someone mentioned earlier about when you buy a car, you probably have more checks. And it's raising awareness, because the choice should be made on a like-for-like service, so that you know you're getting the same level of service and the same independence. So I think it's more about being very transparent on what you get when you make that choice. I mean, personally, in an ideal world, I would like to say you should only use local authority building control. But you know, there is choice, as we say, and that's already there. So whether that will change, I don't know. So,
and if there was one group that you'd really want to get your message out to about your service to win more business, who would you be targeting?
I think it does tend to be, you usually get major house builders that tend to not use local authority. Not always. I can't say that's for everyone, but there are major house builders who do quantity across all of the country nationally, and they may have their choices for that, because obviously if they're a national company, then they could, if they use one company that also works nationally, then they can work across the whole country. So that might help or if that might have informed their decision making. So yes, probably major house builders.
Thank you. We're going to wrap up this session because we've got the fire officer. I just want to make one comment that you mentioned about a fire statement being part of the coming to planning. I can't wait for that. I really think it can't come too soon. Thank you very much, Heather.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I'd like to welcome Wayne. Hi, Wayne. I'm so pleased you could join us today. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Can you all hear me okay? Good. I haven't prepared a presentation for this. I'm just going to talk about sprinklers in one respect, and just to expand a little bit more on the building control that Heather's just talked about. So part of that building control process in there currently is the requirement for us to be consulted as the fire authority. So it's not, although it's a legal requirement to be consulted, whatever we say in our recommendations when we look at the plans or the passing of plans that we look at in respect to fire safety and the fire safety provisions in the building, unfortunately our voice is not to be listened to, as in that you must do this. It's more of a recommendation. Purely at that planning stage is where we look at the plans and we can make observations and we pass those back to the approved inspector or the local authority building control officer about some concerns or some issues that we may identify. And then it's up to really those if they listen to us or if they agree with us, or sometimes it can go to a dispute or even a discussion. But ultimately, they don't have to take our word for whatever we highlight. Most of the time, thankfully, they do listen, and we do work together, more particularly local authority building control, because as soon as that building then becomes occupied and the project is finished, that's when the fire safety order applies. And if there are significant issues in regards to the build of and the safety of the residents or occupants of that building, then we can then serve enforcement notices. We can go in and enforce under the fire safety legislation, and in some respects may even prohibit the use of the building or even part of the building. So we do have a good working relationship most of the time, although we do get the odd one or two disagreements which can extend as well. But obviously part of that negotiation and certainly discussion around the plans is very well received. So we don't normally get any problems as such. When it comes to sprinklers, when we get consulted on plans, whether it's mostly residential buildings will be multi-occupied residential buildings. We do get consulted on housing developments. We only really comment on Building Regulation B5, which is fire service access and facilities. And generally there's some requirements around access for fire appliances, water supplies, those sort of things in single private domestic dwellings. And that's because the fire safety order doesn't apply in a single private domestic dwelling. It only really applies in multi-occupied buildings. And more importantly, it just affects common areas. Although recently now we've had the publication of the Fire Safety Act 2021, which brings a little more clarification around external wall systems and flat front doors, which is more in the scope of the Fire Safety Order rather than the Housing Act. So we can enforce on those issues. And I know we've talked a lot around today about external wall systems and certainly standards of multi-occupied buildings. But obviously now we've got clarification on where we can enforce in regards to the Fire Safety Order. So the plans we get really just going on from that for multi-occupied buildings are more for means of escape and the fire safety measures, particularly on the size of the building, depending on the floor layout, how many floors is involved in the building, and obviously the stipulation with the appropriate design guides. So one is approved document B, which is the most commonly used design guide for fire safety with regards to building regulations. Previously, it used to be 18 metres height for sprinklers to be provided in residential buildings, or any building really over 18 metres high had to have a provision of sprinklers. On the back of Grenfell and the Grenfell Tower inquiry, and quite a lot of negotiations and push from the National Fire Chiefs Council and the National Fire Sprinkler Association, a lot of lobbying in government, that's now been brought down to 11 metres, which is good. It certainly involves a lot more buildings, potentially above 4 stories high. Residential buildings would now be provided with sprinkler protection. Unfortunately, that doesn't cover retrospective fitting, it's just for new builds only. However, if there is a building that is going to be refurbished in some way or some material change, then that brings into the scope of building regulations, and then there would be a requirement to fit a sprinkler system in that respect. But personally, I don't think that would be a common occurrence. So with regards to domestic, single private domestic dwellings, there's no requirement for sprinkler systems to be provided in those types of buildings in England. Obviously, Wales, back in 2011, they changed their legislation, and now they have all buildings, all residential buildings must be provided with a sprinkler system from 2011, which is good. And I don't know if that's going to happen in England. I'd like to see that happen in England because I think it's a really good idea. Sprinkler protection, it's good. There's quite a lot of advantages for fitting a sprinkler system in residential premises. It can certainly save a lot of cost, reduce deaths, injuries from fires, and prevent that fire from spreading, particularly in multi-occupied buildings where you've got stay-put policies in place, and obviously certain residents that aren't always going to be or have that ability to escape from the residential dwelling. The size of the fire is reduced as well, so certainly within the compartment itself where a sprinkler system is installed, it can reduce the fire growth and confine that to one compartment only, and not spread across the whole of the ground floor or even the upper floors if there are any there as well. So life savability and property protection is saved and limited, and also the environment, protects the environment as well. So obviously the fire size is reduced, the smoke that's produced is limited, and the fire can be intervented. The fire intervention can be made a lot sooner as well. It also makes our job a little bit easier as well when we're responding to fires. We're not turning up to a building fire that's involving multiple floors and quite the fire's got to the point where it's expanded and compromised the compartmentation within the building. So then we can focus on our resources on just a smaller fire rather than big fires that we see on the news. Which is really good. We do have a sprinkler strategy. So part of our, touching back on the building control process, in all of our letters that we send to, our responses that we send to the passing of plans, one of our recommendations is obviously to fit a sprinkler system. But unfortunately, to my knowledge, I don't think that's ever happened. I think it's more of a cost. I think that is, there's no legal requirement, and the cost of it is probably more of a deterrent than the cost of maybe saving somebody's life or certainly reducing the impact of a fire within a building, which is disappointing. So I think for me personally going forward, I think if that was a legislative requirement, then it would certainly reduce the impact. Just talking about as well what Heather touched on, we do work closely with our local authority building control. We've had in the past, I think it was a couple of years ago, sort of pre-COVID, we had a sprinkler forum, a seminar where we invited lots of local businesses, housing associations to come along. and we got several guest speakers in to talk about their experiences of sprinkler systems, their advantages, and all the good things that they can provide, which really went down really well. The Better Business for All, I think, was one of the involvement in there, and obviously the local businesses as well that came along. Unfortunately, COVID hit, and we've not really done anything like that since. It's something, once we can see, coming out of this COVID situation, returning back to some sort of normality, that's something that we are going to pick up again and look to spread that out across the county again, and organise more events where we can look at influencing local businesses and housing associations to have a look at the sprinkler provision and maybe promote that across the county. National Fire Chiefs Council are big advocates of sprinkler protection, not just in residential buildings but commercial buildings as well, purely because of the information that's out there. There's a vast range of information out there around sprinkler systems and how good they can perform. And obviously, when you've got a sprinkler system, you can take that holistic fire risk assessment review of the building and reduce the risk of fire from occurring in the building quite dramatically. I don't know if there's anything else that I need to talk about, but
Wayne, that's so interesting. Thank you very, very much. I've got, as an architect, I remember taking plans into the fire department office on opposite King Parker's Piece. Do designers still come into you and talk through schemes before and at an early stage, do you find?
Not. Sometimes we'll get some correspondence, so pre-consultation from approved inspectors. So depending on the size of the project, we will get some pre-consultation. So yeah, that does happen. And what we have as well is that our fire safety inspectors across the county, they have liaisons and meetings with our local authority building control officers. So in the different districts, they have regular meetings and updates where they can discuss different projects that are ongoing and ask for that advice as well. So if they've got a particular concern, they can discuss that and look at reasonable resolutions as well, or reasonable or other solutions that may be a lot easier. In my experience, it's always better to do it at the design stage rather than when the building's built and then you've got problems. It's going to be more expensive and more hassle to retrospectively change any areas of concern.
Yeah. Tumi, do you want to come in, and then Heather, and Sam and Katie? Tumi?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Wayne, for that presentation. I was intrigued to hear that you, in your letter, back to applicants passing the plans for their buildings, that you recommend that sprinklers are installed, but to your knowledge, none has ever been installed. Now, any idea what the costs, say for an average, I don't know, 3-story, or not 3-story, 3-bedroom house will be? And if that is if the cost is a potential reason, are there ways that could be mitigated? I don't know.
In my opinion, I believe the cost could be absorbed in the build, certainly for the dwelling. But I think on average, a domestic system, depending on the spec, an average 3-bedroom house, you're probably looking around £3,000 to £9,000. So your 3,000 would be your basic sort of installation, and also the top spec, you're looking at probably 9,000. So it's pretty much the same as anything else. You put a standard size system, and so if you went for a medium or a mid-range size system, £5,000, I think you can't put a price on life safety. Your normal domestic smoke detector requirements, so one at the bottom of the stairs and one at the top of the stairs. You're relying on people closing the bedroom doors at night. You're relying on people unplugging electrical items and switching things off in the kitchen. Generally doesn't happen. We're all guilty of that. So to have that added protection of a sprinkler system, I think in my mind it's a necessity.
Yeah. Okay, it just seems, I know that for example, for rental properties, there's a requirement for, mains linked fire alarms, which you have to put in.
Yeah.
But perhaps that could be linked with a sprinkler system, just in case. A number of properties that, one sees with, you see that it's been smoke damaged or fire damaged, could really be reduced. And of course, more people will be able to potentially survive such incidents.
Yeah, exactly. The smoke does more damage than the fire, actually. And it's the smoke that's going to obviously, unfortunately, take people's lives than the fire. Hence why compartmentation is a very serious issue that we need to take seriously. And when we look at inspecting buildings, multi-occupied buildings, so blocks of flats, it's where the stay put strategy is in place. The compartmentation and the alarm system need to support that, because if you don't have that compartmentation, someone that feels like they're safe to stay in their own flat while there's a flat fire going on next door may not necessarily be safe. So hence why our inspections are really important. And that's something that we are looking at as well, certainly with high-rise inspections at the moment.
Thank you.
Yeah, interestingly, the fire detection in flats, the minimum requirement is an LD3, and you're right, it's connected to the mains powered. So the LD3 means that just all you need is one smoke detector in the means of escape.
Yeah.
So Heather, or yes, Katie, Sam? Oh, Katie.
Oh, thanks very much. So that was really interesting. Thank you. Yeah, and as I'm assuming it's a lot more expensive to retrofit a sprinkler than to build it as the building's going up. And I was also going to ask, obviously, one of the major changes we're having, quite rightly, is we're moving much more towards eco-friendly houses. So, passive house, we're losing gas, which I'm guessing is a benefit in terms of being flammable, but we're also moving to air source heat pumps. So is there anything we should be looking at as local authorities, when we are starting to build and encounter developers who are building to much higher standards, that we should be aware of for fire safety? I mean, are there any greater risks? My feeling is probably there are fewer risks because we've got better built buildings with better insulation and thicker walls, but I say you're obviously the expert, so I'd be grateful for your views on that.
I think modern construction has certainly, in respect of firefighting, created more problems for us. However, fire safety, I think you will always have that element of human error and things going wrong. Modern building materials now are designed to contain insulation, you're right, the heat within the building itself. And I think in my experience, that just slows things down. You will still get those breaches. So, 30 minutes fire resisting construction, it will resist that fire, but what you need is some early warning. And if you've got just a smoke detector in the hallway, it may take a while for that early warning to be realised, and obviously the occupants of the house to make their escape. So in some respects, modern construction can be more of a problem than a fix. But I think if buildings are constructed correctly and they have the right fire, I suppose more active fire safety measures rather than passive fire safety measures. If they've got the right active safety measures, then that's going to save more lives than not.
Good question. Sam, would you like to come in and say anything? Or Heather?
No, just to say thank you for everything that you do. That's it.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was having unmuting difficulties, but slightly different perhaps. But at planning committee, we often get asked about access for fire vehicles when we're building. So I appreciate this is more of like a roads width issue than a house issue, but obviously, like you say, modern buildings creating more problems for you. Do you have any views about, about road widths and whether more should be done? Do you find you often have problems accessing property? I say this from somewhere that's quite rural, so normally, we're quite used to basically if you can't get a combine or a tractor through it, you don't do it. But I appreciate that's not the same everywhere. And what we're noticing actually is, as our communities are changing, they're not bearing that in mind, and we are having situations where a convoy has to stop, knock on doors, get people out to move their cars. I'm just wondering how that impacts for yourselves.
It's quite frequent, actually. Certainly most existing developments, we do have a problem with parked cars, and it's normally parallel parking. But there's nothing we can do about that, really. It just slows us down in our response. But for planning a new builds, it would be very useful to be involved at a more earlier stage. If we've got or we know there's a development that's going to be built where you've got quite a few houses, and I think what we've seen in my experience over the last few years, probably going back longer, is they try and cram in as many houses as possible on a very small piece of land, and that can affect access. Obviously, in our approved document B, there's requirements for the road has to be a particular width, curb to curb. There has to be a hammerhead turning in roads of a certain length, in order to turn fire appliances around, or even high reach appliances as well. So I think we're kind of governed by that guidance. We can't stipulate anything further than that, unless us as a fire rescue service has an appliance that is bigger than the width as specified within ADB. We do have, probably maybe seen it over the last few weeks, that we now have the delight of 2 new turntable ladders in the service, one based in Cambridge and one based in Peterborough. And all of our letters that go back to the AIs or LABC have to, or we put on there the requirements. These are our high reach appliances. These are the widths, the length, the distance of the turning circle for these appliances. So any new developments must be able to cope with the size of that appliance. But unfortunately, with B5, which is the, as I mentioned, the regulation for fire service access and facilities, once a building or a development has been built, that's nothing in the fire safety order. We can't retrospectively go back to them and say, this is wrong, you need to change it, because in the fire safety order, all they need to do is maintain it. So hopefully going forward, there's going to be a review of the fire safety order where there'll be more emphasis on fire service access facilities. So it's really important for us to try and get that right at the design stage as well. So it does create a lot of problems going forward.
Heather, at Cambridge City, when it's become apparent that there is an access problem and the fire tenders wouldn't be able to get down, we've now got an informative that we add to the planning application, planning approvals, to make the point that that part of the building regulations has not been complied with. We can't refuse the application on that basis, but we want to bring it to the attention of whoever's going to be the inspector that there's non-compliance in that respect. So a private house with a narrow, very long drive, they can build that drive, but they'd need to put in a sprinkler system. And we try and do it with an informative. I think we're getting close to the end of this forum, and thank you very much, Wayne, for your really interesting presentation and questions. So I just would like to go back to the councillors now, and if you'd like to add anything, please do. What my intention is to make bring together a report of this, and it will be circulated to all the councillors to edit or add as you wish. And then that we will be sending that to all the participants. So Sam, do you want to start first?
I just want to say thank you to you for convening this, for getting such high quality input from both the professionals and persuading the residents who've been on the receiving end of this to come forward and talk so openly about their experience. It's very, very clear that with the rate of growth in and around the city, none of these issues are going to go away, and they do need resolving at a more as high level and systematic a way as possible, because otherwise councillors, residents and officers are all just going to be swamped by the volume of correspondence and complaints about this. So thank you for trying to get on top of it early.
Thank you. Katie, do you want to come in?
To thank everyone, obviously. It's given me a lot to think about in terms of planning, as Katie was saying. You know, we have started using informatives where we think that there is a fire access thing. And yeah, I mean, yes, I'm just thinking of a few ways, you know, how we can involve, for example, Wayne and his team. And when we're looking at outline permissions, you know, making sure they're talking to our planners when we're going through pre-app, to make sure when we have these sort of master plan designs for areas that we are making sure we consider things like fire. So just what's going around in my head at the moment. But no, thank you very much to Katie for organising this as well, as it's very thought-provoking. Thank you to the residents as well, because I appreciate it's not a pleasant experience to go through at all. I can imagine it. It's very kind that you've come and told us about it today. Thank you.
Heather, do you want to say anything, add anything?
I suppose I can just echo thanks. Thanks again, really. And I'll say particularly those that speak from personal experience and I have to say have done so elegantly and articulately, which is not an easy thing to do when you're talking about your personal experiences, because and it's a good reminder. We many of us, I think, sit on planning committees. And we often sit there and we have to make very difficult decisions, but it never hurts to remind us that we're making those, and there are more than just visual impacts to this, and that there are people behind it all, and that's a very important reminder that we should have very often. So thank you very much.
To me.
Yes, it's been a very useful forum. Thank you to everyone who has shared their experience and shared their knowledge. There's a lot to take away from it, and a lot of food for thought. So I'm sure we will be having further conversations on some of what we've picked up from here, and hopefully use that to improve on our planning system where we can, without taking on burdens that we can't resource, but definitely where we can help, keen that we can do that reasonably. So thank you, everyone, and thank you for the convener, or to the convener, and yeah, go enjoy the sunshine, I guess.
Thank you, Tumi. Paul, do you want to come in?
I just wanted to say thank you once again for sorting this out. We leave it in your hands. You know some of the things we face. You knew already some of them. It can't continue as it is, so we're putting our trust in you.
Well, I'd just like to say I can't thank everybody. Has been great contributing and fantastic residents, but really thank you all the councillors for your time. And I know you're all really busy, but it's made a difference to hearing all of your voices. I think it also, I wanted the residents to know that we all share this. It's not one party or one area. You know, there's no real boundaries in reality, and we all understand, and we're here to try and listen to residents. So I'll certainly be contacting Sam and Katie about seeing whether we can do something and liaising with the others. But really, I've learned so much. So thank you all incredibly for today.
Thanks very much.
Katie, are we still live?
Says meeting is now streaming live on YouTube.
Yeah. That's what I thought. The live stream's not been taken down.
Yeah, I think she's gone.
I'm here. I'm just turning things off.
Okay. Does it pop something back to me going?
No.
Yeah.